Hi everyone, welcome back. If you are new here, I am Dipesh Shrestha and today I have got something very exciting for you. We are going to build a complete MERN authentication system, and I don't mean just a login and logout. I am taking you the real deal, like you are building a production app. I have designed this video every level of developers in mind. Whether you are just getting your hands dirty with a MERN stack or you are a mid-level dev wanting to level up your architecture game. We are going to beyond the basics. You will learn to integrate the features like secure authentication system, secure login and registration, forget password, reset flows, OTP verification via phone and then the SMS, role based access and permission, refresh and access token handling, Axios inceptors to handle the API logic smartly, custom hooks, global utils, and scalable module based services. Plus, I will be sharing you go to JavaScript pro tips, reusable patterns and architectures decisions that makes your code clean and powerful and easy to maintain. By the end of you are not just going to have the authentication, you are going to have a solid foundation you can plug in the real world project. So grab your coffee and open up your code editor and let's build something awesome together. And this is a part 3 of my video, and this is the complete video, and previously I have the 2 video. You can check it that as well. If you're new to this video, then you can get that previous video GitHub link in my description. Please check out and continue with this project. Okay, let's start. Okay, if you are new here, then let's walk through the project and what we are building, and those are the functional requirement that we need to implement. That is user registration, user login, password management, profile management, access control, security, user feedback about the login, registration, error during the process, logging and monitoring, and those are the features that we need to integrate, right? Also, we are validating the mobile, and then we are validating the phone number through the mobile OTP and then the email OTP, and those are the requirement. See, you can see the flow as well. We have created this flow: wave, guest, user, registration, forget password, reset password, and reset page, email verification, OTP, reset password, authentication page, and logout. Those are the things we need to achieve, right? So let's walk through the project. You can see here the UI that we have created and also the backend that we have done, and complete project. Today we're gonna build that by integrating the UI and then the API from the backend. Okay, so let's go. Let's organize the files. Okay, we have created the pages and the component and for the assets, right? So here inside the pages you can see the auth. We have organized the auth, and also here we have separated the default export. So from here you can organize all the things. So what we can do, instead of adding this, I will add outside of this auth, because we will have the this one is the auth, and another will be the admin routes and also the user routes, right? So we'll organize, we'll export all those things from here. We will be having the directory for user dashboard, admin dashboard. Inside the user, okay, we are having the different layouts for the users, user layout, and then another will be user profile. Okay, from there they can manage the profile or operate the account. Let me quickly add user layout. So here in this user layout, container and padding top I will give the 10, and in the horizontal I will give the px as 10, and also max auto. Okay, and whatever the things that will come here, and then that one is the custom nav. We will be having the children, and we need to have the children part, so that I will include here in the below. And inside the div, let's create the class name as the container. So once you add this, you can simply render the outlet there, all the dynamic components will be available here. Okay, so after that, in the profile, we will simply grab the profile from the flow byte react. Okay, let's copy this and create a component, separate component for this. Inside the component, I'll simply add that component as a user card, and there I'll paste this. And instead of component, I will add this as a card or user card component. Let me get this inside the user profile. There, let's add the flex. Okay, flex, and then the max width will be the full, and flex row gap 4. Let's design this and pass this layout user card. Okay, import this one from there. Or what we are doing, we are just exporting in this way. Or what we are having the card, right? User card, okay, user card. And now this should be available inside this user profile, right? So let's remove this, import this inside from the component. Also, we need the user forms, right? So for that, let me create the user form and name it as a user form, and also make it make it as capital. Okay, so we are following the same naming convention because of that. User card, and here also you will get the user card, otherwise this will cause issues. While updating the user, what user will do, custom input, and let's pass the name as the username, from where they can change the username. And also let's add inside the React component for this, sorry, React fragment. Also let's pass the type as text, input type as text, and then the placeholder, and also the label required, label as the username, user name, right? So once you add this, let's copy paste. And what are the things we require? We require the email, and for the email we require the type as email, and also we require the phone number they can update inside the index. And I'll export this, export default we required, default. So user form will be there from the component. Same for the home, we don't require because we are managing from the app, right? So this one is the public page, and home we don't require, so let me remove this. Or what else we required, because the user layout and then the admin layouts most probably both are the same. Okay, so instead of user layout, what we can create, we can add the layout inside the page. Okay, move, and in the profile also we need to use that, and also the layout what we required in the admin. Let me copy and paste inside the admin also. We have the admin profile. Okay, let's go to the routes. Where is the routes? In the main we have all the routes, right? So instead of doing that, let me create the routes folder also differently. Okay, we handle this also differently. So routes dot, inside the routes you can add the app routes, whatever the routes are there, all the routes will be here. Okay, and then simply export this. Okay, whatever the routes available there, let me just Control X and app routes, and go to the app routes and place it here. And also the import, we don't need to miss that. So those are the import, right? So try to make it clean. Okay, so this component will manage the routes, right? So here now I have copied those URL, and also we have missed one thing. So here you can see there is an index page, right? So before that we need to have those index, we need to get all those page, because we have created the user layout right now. And now export that user layout from the user layout. And other what we required, user profile is inside the user dashboard, user profile, right? And another we required is, sorry, this one is a user profile, user layouts. This one is authenticated layouts, and another is, this one is for profile slash admin dashboard, and then the admin profile. So what else we required? This user layout, why it's not found? Okay, user layout pages, whatever the pages admin, that will be listed here. Okay, so those are the authenticated pages. Let's go inside the routes. Now get the layouts. We get the layouts from routes. We need to get the layouts, also the page. Okay, let's do one thing, add those inside the pages. Okay, this one is the home page, right? So let me remove this, and then the app css also remove, we don't require this. And inside the pages, home jsx, inside the home, paste this home page or front page. Let me remove this because we haven't implemented button. Also add this home page here. Those are the public pages, right? Now we can organize this. Okay, whatever the public page, that will be here. Pages like the login, logout, register, all will be here. After that, let's quickly go to the routes and import one by one. Home page, right? Home page from the pages, and auth layout is also coming from the pages. Login is also coming from the pages. This one is also coming from the pages. Reset page, OTP page, page not found, page, now you can use inside the routes, page not found, and inside let's paste this, and this one will be user layout, right? The path will be user profile, right? Also the element will be user profile we have created inside the page. Same thing for the admin. For the admin profile, we are separating this one because we need to pass the allowed routes. We need to separate this by the roles, so because of that we are adding in the different way. Now let's run the project. I'm sure there might be some issue, let me check. So the issue we have triggered, what was the issue? User card. Okay, the spelling was wrong, right? So let me correct it. User card is JSX. Okay, failed to resolve the next image. Let me see. Instead of image, what we required. Okay, so I hope this should work. I think okay, we haven't imported those. And the register page is not defined. Register page should come from there. And now, yeah, now let's click this. Yeah, this one is also working fine, right? So here let's go to the user profile and let's redesign this form again. Bring this card design here inside this as well. Put it flex one because this should take the remaining space, right? See, this will take the remaining space. And also let's give the title text to XL. Let's keep the font as bold, and the label will be user profile. Okay, and also we require the submit button, right? And wrap this inside a form. Let's keep it as a type submit, and once you click this, this will submit. Okay, for the form 4, also add the password component in there. Okay, so for the password component, password, type as password, and we require the repeat password as well. So these two fields for the passwords, right? So let's do one thing. Let's create another component below this user form. Okay, so basically what I trying to do in this form, we are having the two fields, and at first in the default case what will show the basic things that user can change. And for the password, there will be the another buttons. So once we click there, and we will show this button. Okay, this fields. So for that, what you can do, for that, let's create one button, and inside that button, let's give it as a pill. That means it will give the border radius, outline. So now let's check. Yeah, that's a change password, and let's bring that change password in the right corner, right side. Okay, justify content space between. Okay, let's say, yeah, there is a change password and then the repeat password. Now once we click this, so before in the initial, we'll show the user as username, email, password, and then once we click the change password, then the user can able to see password and then the repeat password. Okay, so now, so once you do this, add this in the state, and now the initial value will be null. That means we are not showing that password, right? So here, once we click this field, on click here, add this set password and simply add the each password, and once if it is a false, then the opposite of the false, that will be the true, right? We're gonna simply add the each password, and inside that each password we'll wrap those inside a React fragment, and in the else case password fields, right? So copy and then paste, and now you should see the password, and here you can simply add not the profile change password. We require the dashboard, okay, from where they can able to see the list of the users. Dashboard.jsx const admin dashboard export default admin dashboard. Okay, the component will be having the always have the return function return. Let's create a simple div, and inside the div we need to have the table, and let's go to the React fragment. We can get that table, copy this one, and then paste inside here. Okay, or create the another component for this. Okay, or just you can create the custom table because we can reuse those. Custom table dot jsx. We need to export the default custom table, and possibly the table data will be coming from where we will get the data. We'll get from the dashboard, right? So here will be the table, custom table. Here we have the index, and inside the index, what else what we require? We require the custom table, right? Dashboard custom table, and then get that, and let's quickly register that route as well in our root app routes. Inside here, user layout, this one is for the user layout for the admin, right? So here you need to register the admin, and then the dashboard is admin dashboard, right? App routes user dashboard. Okay, we need to extend this inside here for default as admin dashboard. We require from the admin dashboard, right? So admin dashboard is inside the admin dashboard, right? Let's add this, and inside the admin dashboard there could be the admin dashboard and then the dashboard, right? So now put this inside here. Now we can able to get that from the pages. Okay, page not found is not there. Why? Page not found for the asterisk, that means all the incoming request. At first that will check all the routes, and if the routes not found here, then only that will show this page. Okay, that means the page not found. Now I think we have configure all those things here. Admin dashboard table also we have got that. Now check inside the admin we got the table. Okay, we got the table also, and from the admin profile we got the admin profile as well, right? So here will be the data. So what we have done right now, we have simply organized those file routes So there are the two things. Okay, there are the three different approaches that will recommend by the React router DOM. Okay, so here you can see in the docs we are going just now we have followed the declarative way. In the declarative way, you can directly define the define the routes inside the browser router, right? See here what we have done. We have done the paths, providing the paths, and defining in this way. Okay, so if you don't want in this way, then also you can follow the different approach. In the data driven approach, here you can pass as the children as object. Okay, inside this you can, what we are doing, we are creating the create browser routes, and here whatever the routes available in your pages, there we can pass in this way. Okay, here also the thing is, here you can get the full control, and also the loading also you can get the loader action components, and you will get to the full control for this. And as we know, this one is the not the large scale project, so because of that we are simply adding in this way. Okay, go to the login page. For the login, we will handle the login from the Formik. Okay, let me install the Formik, and you can simply add those. I will add the Formik, and also I will add the UP for the validation. Okay, UP validation. Install this inside here. We can simply pass the Formik in this way. Okay, this will wrap the component, and whatever the possible form handlers like the values, errors, dot, change, blur, handle, submit, each submitting will be available here in the callback. Okay, in the argument, and you will pass that and control your form. Okay, you will get the full control for that. But I will directly go to the hooks, hook for the use Formik. Okay, I'll use this, and I will create this one. I'll copy this and paste it. What are the things available for me? The initial values we need to pass, and then the on submit is there, and we need to pass this on submit, right? So let's go and pass this inside our form. Okay, on submit. So the Formik is already available, and we have installed the Formik as well, and this is the hook that we need to import. Yeah. Okay, before doing that, what we do, let's create the different let's create the custom hooks for that. Okay, so from there we can, because this handler is this handler is necessary for all the component, right? Other in the for login, register, reset password, forget password, everywhere we require this one. So instead of writing this, importing this one in the every files, create our own hooks, so from where we can manage easily all those things. Okay, let's call it as hooks. Inside the hooks, always you need to write the use to create the custom hooks, right? Custom form, where we use this custom form. So from there, what we expect the initial values, because we don't know the initial values, what are the fields are available in there, right? So we need to accept that initial values. And also what we require the on submit. Two things we required for now. Let's go to the register where we have created that inside the register, right? So I'll split this space and check here. Let me get this inside this one Formik. Okay, to import that Formik here. So once we get that, we have to submit, and we need to pass that Formik. Okay, we'll return Formik, because the Formik will provide all the necessary values that is required. Okay, Formik, export. And before submitting, what we required, we need to handle the try catch also in the submitting. Okay, we are getting the values in on the submit, async or try catch block, and await on submit. On submit, that is coming from here. We're gonna take the values, right? We're gonna pass the values. We simply get the data. For now, I'll simply console log the data and paste inside the error and get that error. Okay, let's go inside the here and get that. And what we're gonna take in the response, we're gonna get the Formik, right? We are passing that Formik from there. We are returning that so we're gonna receive here. Now what we required, we require the initial values, we need to pass that, right? While register, what are the things we required? We require the repeat password, email, password, repeat password. Initial value will be the empty string, email empty string, password also empty string, and the confirm password will also be empty string. Now we can pass here, and also on submit we require, right? So for the on change, Formik will handle those all the on change. Okay, now you simply gonna pass that on change here, Formik dot handle change, because this property is already available there. Okay, you can see console log Formik, right? So let me go there. See here, Formik dot handle change, that means we are getting this function, handle change function, and from this handle change function getting the update in the initial value. Okay, what are the input changes will be there, that will be set in this initial values. Okay, so here at first how it will work, it will check the username. Okay, it will check the username, and this handle change function will get the username and update that value. At first this will be the empty string, because the initial value is empty string, and once you add that value, that will be update in here in the username. Let me check that. Okay, so once we update, where we get that value, let me check here and add the username. Okay, let me remove this console again and check that value. So once you go there and check inside the values, so inside the values what we are doing, we are updating that username on every change. Okay, so let's me add again and go inside this, and this you will get the current value, right? So in this way we will work in the inside in this Formik. Okay, for the handle change, and I'll copy and paste all for the same. And then the email, for the email also we are also, please make sure that name should be there. Okay, you don't need to miss the name, otherwise it won't work. Name, and then the confirm password. Let me confirm, like the confirm password and then the password is same or not. I think both are same, right? So let me check. Now I have added this, and also I have added the email and the password. I think this height issues is there. Okay, edit the password and edit the password. Now let's check. What we are getting, we are updating the value correctly, right? Username, email, password, and then the confirm password, right? So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna add the errors as well. For that, before adding those, we require the validation, right? So for that validation, what we have installed, we have installed the UP validation. Here let's define the validation schema. Okay, first you need to have the UP, and then in this UP you can pass the object, and inside this object, username, email, password, and then the confirm password, right? So make sure this field should match. Okay, so that should be in the string, right? And also this field is required, right? Let's pass the required. And also for the email, you're gonna pass the UP here as well, will be the string. So this will check all the email possible case. If the email is not valid, then in that case what we're gonna do, you're gonna pass invalid, required. And for the password, string, minimum length 6, that means at least 6 characters should be there, must be at least character. And then the confirm password, the confirm password should be matched with the password, right? So in that case, string, add the method called oneof, and where we're gonna pass in the array up dot ref password, and the second parameter as null, comma, if this not match, pass the password must match. So because of this, we haven't validated this in the backend, right? So the confirm password, because we are validating that in front end only. Okay, validation schema, and let me pass this validation schema as well here, and we need to receive this validation schema also in the hooks, right? we'll receive that validation schema, and let's pass the validation schema as validation schema. And I think you know that if the key and the values are same, we don't need to pass in the double. Okay, so you can simply pass. This means the key and then the value same. So I also don't repass this one here also. And for the password, now let's do one thing. Also check the whether the password is strong or not, and also at least that must be include the certain character. We will validate those. Okay, here. So once you add this should be captured, right? This pop-up form. So we don't deal with the pop-up. I'll show in here only in the below. Okay, this character and the content. This content I will copy, and let's create the another component. This will be the reusable component, password strength, right? So go to the common password strength, RFC, and let's paste this one here. And what are the things we required? We need to have the at least 6 character password strength. Copy this one and then paste inside the register, and paste that below. Password strength. Okay, now let me check. See, we got the password strength. And also for the background, I'll simply change the CSS. Okay, here this is not looking good, and go to the body in the CSS where we are dealing with the CSS index.css. We are giving the vertical, but let's keep the minimum height as well. Okay, now this should work. Go to the password strength field and let's create the value. Okay, because we are passing only the value from there, from the props. Okay, we will gonna receive the value only. So in this value we're gonna check every condition. Okay, let's add the default value and check the condition here. I'll create one variable called has minimum length. Value length should be greater than or equals to 6, because our requirement is must be 6, right? So because of that. And also another condition I will add as has uppercase. So the value directly we can find that, or also we can pass the regex in there. Okay, so that the regex will be, we're gonna have A to Z, right? A to Z test. This will check only the uppercase. Okay, this value should be matched. So the value, let's pass that value, and also check one lowercase. There must be one lowercase in order to be the strong password, right? Also pass the regex in here. A to Z, simply add in this way and test this one. Test the value. If this matched, then this will gonna give the true condition, right? And also another condition you're gonna check the number. There must be one number. Value, there is also wrong value. Also check there is a 12 character or not. That means that their password is 100% strong. So for that, minimum 12 length value dot length greater than or equals to 12. And here, so each condition will be having the 4 steps. Okay, so for the dark we don't require, because we're not dealing with the dark. So let me remove this. Basically this one is for the dark theme. Okay, so because of that we don't require. Now can we aggregate those all the by using the filters? So once you get the aggregate, then you can handle this. Let's do the aggregate. So how are we gonna do? Const strength. Okay, and let's get all the possible cases. This one is the first case, this will be the second case. Array dot filter boolean dot length. Let's check the length, how many possible cases were matched. Okay, boolean, the true will be the count, and if there is a 2 true, then this will count. Sorry, test, we got only 1. Okay, strength, and also pass all those things. Okay, let me check now. True false, true false false, 2 condition false. That means these 2 are false. As number. Okay, as number test value. Okay, we haven't passed this one, right? Because of this. Yeah, everything is true. 5, right? So all the conditions were true. So that means from there we can do the average. Let's do the math dot main strength 4 by averaging in this way. So if you pass the progress bar here, let me copy this and then pass here, create the array. This will give the array length 4, right? Map underscore comma I, this will give the index. Can we just paste this logic inside this div and copy this one inside, because we required only one, and we need to do the conditional rendering in this class name dollar. Let's create the condition I, the length will be, the index will be the less than the progress bar. In that case, what we're gonna do, we're gonna show the this color, or else this should be in the string, right? This one is a class name. And if not, what we're gonna pass, we're gonna pass this one. And instead of yellow, what I will pass our theme color. That means, and I think it should work. Let me see. Yeah, this one is the correct condition. And now character in this way, let me pass. See, we have only validate, we pass the only 2 results. Okay, so in this way this will work. And also we need to work in here, right? Here it's better to have in the list, how many list we are having the 3 list, right? One is for uppercase or lowercase. Let's pass that condition here as well. Has uppercase and lowercase. And now let's copy this and bring it inside this SVG and paste that SVG here. If the condition match, or what we need to pass, we need to pass this stroke, else we need to pass this, and the color will be 700. And same case for other as well. Let's copy this, paste below. This one is for symbol. Okay, we need to validate the symbol as well, right? Let me add the symbol for symbol as well, one condition. Okay, before doing this, we need to have the symbol, but we just copy and paste here for now. And also for the SVG here also we need to replace this. And for the symbol, let me copy and let me check the test condition for the symbol. Now let's check. Add a symbol and pass this here, add symbol, and also pass it inside. And what was the last at least 12 character? That means we need to get this one, minimum length should be 12, right? So let's pass this. We need to pass this here. Now everything should work perfectly. Let me see, but it's not working, right? Why? Uppercase and the lowercase, that both conditions should be matched, I guess. It's not matched. Okay, it still not matched. Let me pass the valid condition. Yeah, this condition is matched, right? So in the same way, if you pass the @ let me check. The symbol is not validating. Why? Symbol is not validating. Instead of doing this, what if you directly provide in this way? This should also work, I guess. Yeah, this condition is also working. And the third condition is 12 character long. That means if we provide the 12 character long, yeah, this condition also matched. That means the password we have directly successfully matched. This is also working fine. So now what we expect, this length should be coming from the props, right? The value that we're updating in the form. And for the value, let's put the value as empty string right now. Okay, and then we're gonna pass that value. Now the password we have done. Now go to the register. Okay, so there what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the value in the Formik values, right? Formik dot values dot password, and in this way you're gonna take the values. Okay, now check, comma here. So let me add something and check. We got the password, and also we retrieve the password here. See, value will be this value, and this we have done here. Okay, once you do this, let me grab the Axios. Okay, so let me grab this. Okay, let me grab this and paste inside this one. For now we need to pass async. Oh wait, method is post, and then the URL data. In the data you can pass in this way. Okay, so let me check. So there will be our base URL, and in order to get the base URL I must open the project, our backend project, and this one we have done previously, right? So let's go to the start the server. So once you start the server, and we need to have the register URL, right? What was the register routes? Register, and the port is serving at 5500. So let me go there in our project and add this URL. Okay, register 5500/API/auth. This one is our URL. In the backend you can notice that we have also added this. Okay, course you can put if that is required in your case. In the app config we have the API/auth, right? Let's go to our project and let's hit the request. So let's go to the front end. Now let's pass this. Now here you can see, once we pass this, let me check the console as well, what we are getting. Let me check the network and again pass. Okay, so I think we haven't hit the request, so let me check. Here let's go to the register. Sorry, we haven't imported this yet. So once we hit the submit and the Formik handle submit, so once we pass this, see we are adding the request also, right? And let me see what we are getting. We are getting the data. Let's create the another file from where we can manage all the Axios. Let's create the another folder called utils. Whatever the global functions that will holds in the utils. Okay, create there an Axios instance. So after that, let me go and quickly get the documentation. Let's go to the instance. So we need to create the instance in there. So let me copy this and paste inside our code. Go here and paste that. Okay, so let's name it as Axios instance and also create the env. Okay, so from where we can get, or for now let's don't create the env, later we'll create that. The base URL, I'll copy this, and Axios instance, let me open to the site. Let me paste this one here. Okay, this will be the base URL, and the limit time you can set. Also another thing what we need to set the with credentials. Okay, this one is necessary. So basically the credential true, which always check that you are having the credential. Okay, that means the tokens, all those things in the headers, credentials like the cookies. Okay, so after that, once you have this, you can directly export this one and you can use Axios instance, and now you can use this inside here. Okay, Axios instance, and which will take the request Axios instance dot post. You can see the methods here, you can pass in this way also, right? The config, you can pass the base URL in the first parameter should be the URL and another should be the config, right? Once you add the post here, you can directly pass the URL. Okay, and pass that value here. Okay, whatever the value is there, we just pass there the Axios instance will be followed the base URL and then /register. Okay, so this makes sense. And after that, what else we required? So we also required the error validation, right? So for now, and for the test cases, I think we have created the error validation errors as well here, and we haven't created that, right, the custom input. So here it will take the props called helper text, and in the helper text what you're gonna pass in the object, if there is a errors, in that case we're gonna show this spam message. Okay, let me copy this and pass inside this. This should be the errors, right? So what the errors we are capturing, this should be here, and here we're gonna directly return this. If you do this, that will automatically return your return this one, and this should be wrapped in the component, and we're gonna take the errors from errors. If not, empty string, or you gonna pass null. Okay, and then I think error, for the error also input should be red, right, red color. If the errors is there, then the class should be the failures, or else it should be the default. So let me pass that errors fields as well, because we need to pass that from the register, right? So errors with the key, we need to pass the errors. Formik dot errors dot username, right? So username you will be passing here. You need to pass the email, and another is password, confirm password, that means. So let me check, let me reset this one. We got the issue. Axios is not defined inside this. Let me import this. Now errors is not set defined. Let me check why it is showing that. We need to pass the errors here as well, right? So let me check again. See, now the error should be passed because we are not touching this field, right? But it's also showing the error. Once we start typing, then only it should show the error message, right? Otherwise it should not show the error message in this way. So let me check on blur event. Let me check what was the function for this blur, handle blur. Okay, we have the case called handle blur here, you can see. Okay, we can pass that in each field, handle blur, right? So let me pass in all the field here as well we required, and in this case we have the on handle blur, and also here we need to pass, also here we need to pass. So now let me again refresh, and then instead of after that also we need to validate that, right? So we are tracking that blur, but error only should be true when the blur is there. That means Formik dot, and also check the value, how we gonna capture that blur case here. Let me pass something at first, and now check that blur where we are capturing the value, that blur. Let me zoom it, and the dot is there, errors is true, and error is true in the email, but the touched, where we have touched values, here is a touch, right? So let me capture this, and now once you capture this, Formik.touch field we need to pass, right, confirm password. So let me pass that, and in each case, so once the touch is true, then only that error should be pop up, right? Otherwise we don't need to pop up that. So let me pass in the each field, and instead of confirm password, that should be the key field name called password. Now let me check. Now we don't see the error here. See, now if we have touch here, then only we're gonna see the error, right? So but it's not working. Why? And I guess the on blur event we have passed was wrong. Sorry, on blue is there. My bad. Just a second, let me correct it. Change on blur. Now it should work. Let me refresh it again and pass that value. Okay, and now touch and remove. See, that's it. This is the output we expect, right? Password is not required field. Let me pass that required field in the password, and then pass the message, right? Pass something, and here also leave this place. Yeah, all right, the message is not correct. So here also let me pass the required field, the message is email is required, right? So in this way you can check in all the fields. Okay, and again pass the value, and in the second case leave it. All right, the email is required, so we don't require the all right. We'll paste that all right inside this here. Now yeah, this makes sense, right? This is to set, and then for the username also we have set the on case, and error we have passed the username else also. And let me check the error is working or not for the username. Yeah, so let me pass the valid case for this also. Required username is required. Let me pass this. Username is required, right? So register that, refresh that and pass that, and remove this, and now see everything is working fine, right? Now we need to check the field. We need to have the server side validation as well. This is the field validation on while we are doing this one is the client side validation, but we need to have the server side validation as well, right? So let's work on that now. So here let's go to the use custom form, and inside this, once the response is success, okay, we got the data here. Once we got the data here, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna show the toaster, right? So for the toaster let's install the toaster. We are using npm, so let's go with the npm and add here. So once you add this, so you can see the configuration. Okay, at first, before working, always see the configuration. Okay, so here once you click this, click me toast, in that time we are calling one function, that is notify, and this toast will be pop up. Okay, and this is the toaster that will provide by the react hot toast, so which is like a component, so from in which component that toaster will get rendered. Okay, so always make sure that this toaster should be in the top level, and I will keep it, I will place it in the main.js. okay, this one is the top, and so I will add here, import that toaster from the hot toaster. And now once you install this, now we need to invoke this function, right? So in order to invoke this function, what we required, we need to call this, we directly call this, okay, toast dot here your toast. Let me render that. Where we need to use that, we need to reuse that inside this Axios use form. Where is that use form? We have that use custom form. There is a hooks called use custom hooks. So here let me add that toaster. Let me copy this. Okay, let me copy and paste inside here. Okay, so once the response is there, then we will show this. Let me check whether it is working or not. Let me import this one as well. Now let's again pass that. Let's pass .com and then the password. Now pass it again. Okay, see, we are getting the toaster, right? So now let's return this. This might be the issue because we are not passing this one, and pass it again. Yeah, we are getting the response, right? Message, I think there is no message, right? So data, inside the data, let's pass here. I think we haven't passed that any response. Let me go to the backend and check in the register what we have passing the message. In the register we are not passing any message, right? Let me pass the message successfully. Okay, so once you add this, then only you can able to get that inside this hooks, because okay, once you get this this post request, in that case we are capturing the response and we are simply returning that response. Okay, and once you return that response, where you get that response, you will get that response here, and once you get that response here, the data will be will get the response. So let's rename as the response. Okay, response, so that will be the more generic. Okay, that will be the meaningful as well. and then the response we are getting here. And once the response is there, what we require the data, because data dot data, and then what we require the message, right? See, data, inside the data there is a two data, right? Data dot data, then the message will be appear here. Or okay, only one data, because this data will hold the payload and the error, and another key will be the message that we are sending from the backend, right? So let's remove one data, and now let's pass this here. And also, because this one is a success response, so because of that, let's pass the success. So this should work. And once this gets success, once the promise will get resolved, in that case only this will get update, this will get alert, right? Or if that is not the case, let me remove this as well, then in that case we need to send the error message, right? So let me pass that error message as well, error, and then the error dot response. This should work, but we need to check the other validation also for error, because there could be the server error, there could be the data error. Okay, all those cases we need to handle. So for now, let's check only the error. So let's send it again. See, user with this email or the username already exists, right? So this is giving the meaningful message for us. This error condition is matched. But in the case of server side validation, in the case of server issue, or in other case, we need to check separately. Okay, and then in that case, let me add one condition. If error dot response and error dot response data, if these two cases are there, then only we need to show this one, or else then only we are going to show this one. Or else, in the else case, what you gonna print? You're gonna print else, you're gonna print set errors that errors will be coming from here. You can get one property in that errors, in that method, that means the set errors. Okay, and now the error set errors, either it is the server issue or not. Okay, let me check, let me pass that. The key will be the server, and let's pass in the object server, and then the message, let's pass it as what we're gonna pass, an error occurred, or please try again. This will be the meaningful message, I guess. And now once you do this, I think let me add the new data, and in this case we don't get any issue. Send it again. From the success, what we are getting, let me check the response register. We are getting the 401 400 issues. Let me change this. Let me pass the password 1, add 1, and now send it again. Why is this not working? Let me check it again. Okay, because this error will be coming from here, right? Otherwise, how are we gonna pass that? Now let's check. See, user registered successfully. Now once the user is registered successfully, then we need to pass that to the login page, right? So from where you can pass? From here you can able to pass, because this is for all. Okay, not only for the user, sorry, not only for the register. This is for all the form. This is for the form handler for all the cases. Okay, this one is the global. So because of that, we don't pass from here. Instead of that, we pass from the register. Okay, so from here, what you're gonna do, instead of returning that, let's do before this, there once that will get updated, then const response and return that response, and before that what you're gonna do, you're gonna pass that to the login, right? So in order to pass the login, what you need to have, the hooks called use navigate, right? Use navigate, that will be provided by the React algorithm, and pass and store it into the navigate get, and from there you can navigate to login, right? So I think this makes sense. Now let's try it again. Okay, why we are not adding the try catch here? Because we are already handling the try catch from the global, okay, from the hooks, so we don't need to handle here separately. If this condition match, in that case, and okay, here might be the issue, because it will automatically return to the login page, right? So let's pass that here as well, because if this not fulfilled, in that case that will automatically should be returned to there. If response dot status 201, then in that case you can navigate. Okay, let me check what we are passing for the status code in the backend. What we are passing the 201. That means once we get the status code as 201, in that case we'll redirect back to the login page, and then also we'll get the response here, right? So let me check. 1 2 3 4. See, now registered we have done. So now we are redirecting back to the login page, right? So once you go to the login page, user go to the login page, from there they can able to log in their account, right? So how we gonna handle this? The same case for the login as well. So because of that, I'll copy and paste this. I'll copy this. Before that I'll copy this one. Initial values also I'll copy, and then this also I'll copy. Okay, I'll copy all the things from above and go to the login page. Where is that login? Login is here, and then paste here, and this one is for login request, right? And let's change the initial value for the login, because the initial value will not have the email. There will be only email and then the password, right? Now here we don't have the username, but direct will be the email, and the password and the complete password will be there. Okay, this is also the valid case, and here email, password, and let's pass that component here. Sorry, I'll remove this one, input. I'll also remove this one, and I'll take the register to the right side. Now from the login, here the login is there, and once you get the login, the reusable field will be this one. I'll copy this and paste it there, username or the password. Okay, instead of username, instead of email, let's pass the username. Okay, sorry, in the login, because we need user can able to log in with their email or username, right? So because of that, okay, let's pass this, and we'll handle the condition. If the @ is there, then that could be the email possibly, and we'll send the payload as email, but user don't know that whether it is email or username, right? So in that way we'll handle this. Password also I'll pass it here, password. And now still there is we need to import couple of things. We need to import this one, and also we need to import the Axios instance, right? And what else we required? We required the hooks, we required this UP as well inside this, and Axios we don't require. And now navigate also we required, navigate, also we required, and what else? login is there, the navigate is there, response post is also there. Now let me check. Yeah, and let's console the Formik, console Formik from the line 36, from the line 36. Let me check what we are updating. I'll remove this and add the name. Yeah, we can, sorry, where is that field value? Username is setting, but the email is not there, right? That is the case we required. Email, instead of email we need the username, and also the username. What was the validation for the username? String should be there. Okay, let's copy this and paste here. And for the label, what you're gonna pass? You're gonna pass the label as username or email, right? So user can able to pass username or email. So now here what we're gonna take, before passing that key, we need to check that if, what we're gonna check that, where we're gonna check here in the login before this. Okay, here if not values, dot username dot includes, you can check with the includes, right? If the value includes at the rate at the rate, in that case you simply gonna pass that user includes the username. Then in that case what you're gonna do, values dot email, you can pass that property. Okay, values dot email, because we don't have the email property here. See, we don't have the email property in here, so we create the email property. Okay, email, and pass that values dot username. Or but if there is if at that includes, in that case that will be this, and make sure we need to delete values dot username, right? Username, sorry, why there is no username. And after that you're gonna pass that values. If this condition not satisfied, then we are directly sending the username or password. Or if the at that includes in the fields of username, then that we are changing the key. Okay, now this should work. So let me pass this and also pass the random password and send it. Sorry, I think we haven't passed any, and on submit here, on submit we have passed, but in the form what we need to pass, we need to pass the handler that is provided by the Formik, right? Then only it should work. Now let's pass here and let's check and pass the password as well. See, username and password does not exist, right? So once you create the password, username and password, let me create the username password now. Let me pass A V C D E F G H abcdfgh@gmail.com, and then the password as testing 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, again testing 1 2 3 4 5. Now let's try. Now a b c d e f g e f a b c d e f g h a b c d e f g h and testing 1 2 3 4 5. Now check. See, we have registered successfully, right? So because of that we are getting the success. See, we are creating, and also in the response we are getting the refresh token and then the access token. Now same case, pass @gmail.com, and what payload we were sending? We are sending the username password. Let's send it again. Now username email already exists. Why this message appear here? Why? Email we are sending, login, username password email already exists. Why that is there? Send it again. Let me refresh it. Okay, why is that issue? Testing 1 2 3 4. From where we are getting this username and email already exists? Why? Because this one is not the valid message, I guess. Go to the login. Okay, let's go to the login. Username and password already exists. Why it came? Does not exist, right? So email. Okay, here what we require the find user by either email or username, right? That is the valid case. Why is that not working? Find user by email or password. Email, username, right? Auth service, auth controller. We are sending in the password, email or password, right? That is also valid. Email. What was the key we are sending? We are sending the key, email, password. A B C D E F G H. Let me get the email from the database. Okay, MongoDB. Here user can able to logged in from the email as well, right? Email and then the username. So what went wrong? And let me check from the DV. What went wrong? Let me check. Let's go to the auth project. Inside this users documents, and we have just created just a second, which was the account we have created right now. Recently we have created this email, right? Okay, the email was wrong here, so let me add this username as well. With this username we'll try again. Let me pass this and testing 1 2 3 4. Okay, so let me pass this, and the password does not match. Testing 1 2 3 4. Okay, testing spelling went wrong. Just a second. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Why is this not working? Let me refresh it again. and then pass the password and also the email I have copied. Let me copy this and pass it here and then send it. And then password is still not matched. What was the password I have added there? 12345, I guess. Still there was issue. Just a second. 12345, right? Let me copy and then refresh it again. Testing 12345. Yeah, now we can able to log in from the email as well, and then the username as well, right? So here you can see we have the username, and with this username we can able to logged in, and then also we can able to get the access token and then the refresh token. And now so once we do this, we'll store this login credential, like the token and then the access token, in the context, okay? Because we need that auth validation in the everywhere, because we need to check that whether the user is logged in or not. And also we in future we need to get the access of user. So because of that we will store that data in the context. So in order to create that context, you will create the separate folder for that. I'll create the context here. Sorry, inside the source context let me create the folder as a context. Auth context, and all the auth context will be available in this file, okay? Now let's add. In order to create the context, we need to have, what are the things we required? We need to, at first we need to create the context. If you don't have the idea about the context, you can go take the reference of context that was provided by the React, okay? Context React, and you can follow this, okay? Let me go with the new docs. So here you can see, at first you need to create the context, right? So let me create the context. Create the context and provide, if you have the value, then you can provide the value, okay? And after that, this create context will be coming, will be provided by the React, okay? You can import it from the React. And now the context will be the auth context, right? And after that let's create one function for the provider, okay? Export let's name it as a auth provider, and we will get the children, okay? Accept the children, and now once you do this, now let's return a function, return, and there you can ensure that auth context, okay? Auth context, you can provide auth context dot provider, okay? Auth context dot provider, and here the children will be, all the children will come here, okay? And these children will access the value, because these children, whatever the children will be available, whatever the component available in these children, those will get access this value, the value will be providing here value, and then the value will be what are the things we required. We required the username, we required user token and authentication, right? So at first let's create user where we store the user. Set user and use state, and you can give the name as null for now, okay. And const token, also we require the access token here. Set token, set state, sorry, use state and also pass it as a null for now, okay. And another what we required, another is authenticated set, let me copy this and paste it here and pass this set is authenticated and pass the value as here you can pass the value as if the user is available, and also token is there. If the user and token is there, then it will be true, right? It should be true. Token. So for the user, so here what you can do, we will get the value, user value from the local storage, right? So what you can do there, local storage dot get item. We haven't set the value till now. After creating this, we'll create the value, okay. What we required, username, user info. Here in the user info will be there, okay. And also we need to parse this, right? JSON dot parse. And here let me pass the same thing in the user as well, because the user also holds user data also holds in the local storage. So we'll access that user data, user will be user holds the data, user data will be stored in the local storage, and from here we'll get access. And also the token, access token, will be available in the key called access token, okay. Token, now we can able to get the access token from here. And also I think the access token, if you are trying to achieve the best practice for this, then I think best option is not to store that access token, store the access token in the local storage, okay. So because we are dealing with the cookie, that means the cookie, from the cookie also that this will be available, but for now this is the practice. So you need to learn why the access token is required. So for now also for the in this purpose I am storing, but this is not necessary, okay, for the best practice, because we are dealing with the cookie. That means the cookie handle all those things. I'll show that as well, why we not required and later. And let's create a function for the login, right? Const login, and there what are the things we required, from the login function as an argument we'll accept the data, okay. Once the login is success, we'll accept the data, and let's destructure the data, okay. Destructuring the data, okay. and what we're gonna take from there, data. From there we're gonna take data, data. What are the things we are getting? We are getting the data, and another is access token, access token, access token. We data will get access token, and we'll get the refresh token, right? These three things we required, we get from there: data, access token, and then the refresh token. Refresh token. Now I think the data, this data and this data are the same thing. So what you can do, you can simply pass get it as a user data. Okay, and then after this, user, so let's set that user data, set user as user data, and set token access token, set is authenticated true. Okay, so from here, once the login, then we'll directly set the true, but when user refresh, in that time only they will check the in the mounting case, in that time only this will check that whether the data is available in the user and the token or not. Okay, and now after this, what you can do, let's store that, because we are getting that value with the get item from the local storage, right? So let's store that value as well, and then only we can able to get. So for that, local storage dot set item. So keep it in mind, always while setting the item, you need to stringify that item. Okay, so what was the key we are getting? We are getting the user info. That means we need to pass the user info key. We need to create the key called user info, and there we need to pass the value as JSON in the form of JSON stringify. Okay, JSON stringify, and then pass the value as user data. After that, also let's pass the data as refresh token and access token. Access token with the key access token, and then the refresh token with the key refresh token. Okay, access token and then the refresh token. Okay, these two things we required. Now you can pass the login here. Okay, let me pass the login value. You can pass the value, and you will get that value inside this inside you will get that value in the login. Okay, you need to call this here. So before calling, what we required, we need to get that value through the use context. Okay, with this use context, you can able to get, you need to get that value. You can supposed to call that value with the use context. Use context, and simply pass that. You can simply pass that context. Okay, here once you pass this, or also you can do one thing, like let's create a custom hook for this as well. Const and then the use auth. Okay, from there you can able to get use auth and outside. And now let's pass this inside the login. Where we required that login in here, right? Once the login is success, then we need to before navigating, we need to pass that value. Okay, so I'll create this in the top, use auth and what we get from there, we'll get the login, right? Login function, because we are passing that login function from the auth context. Let me show you in the right side. You can see here we are passing that, right? So we are passing that from here, we are exporting, and we are getting that, sorry, in the login we are getting that. Okay, and what is the what is the function, what is the value we are providing? We are providing the value as login, right? So that we are accessing in here. So, and also in the login, what we are expecting, we are expecting the data, right? So the data will be the response data here. Once the login is success, then in the login, let's pass this response data. Okay, response dot data. Now let me check whether it is working as expected or not, or I think we have forgot to import that. Let me check we have imported that or not. Use auth, yeah, we have imported. Okay, let me go and check. Now I can send it. Username is required. Why the value is not setting? Let me check it again. Login. Okay, yeah, this is working fine. Now let's check the local storage. Okay, from where you can check the local storage, you need to go to the applications. Inside the application there is a refresh token and access token that we have just created, right? Let me check what are the things we have created right now. No, this is not the thing we have created. Let me remove this and again send it. Okay, and also let's console inside this context where we getting the data. We are getting data here. Now let me console this. What are the data we are getting from there? From data 15 context, right? Context. Let me check. Let me refresh it again. What was the issue? Let me check it again. What was the issue? Use context is not defined. Okay, we have forgot to import this from React. You can import this and again check, refresh it. What was the issue? Use context, read the property reading use context as a null. Okay, why? Auth context is there. Okay, we forgot to pass this in the main, right? So in order to use this auth provider, you need to wrap this in the main. Okay, let's do that quickly. Let's go to the folder structures and go below the in the main folder. Okay, in the main folder we have the strict mode, app router, and here. Okay, so here let me pass that auth provider. So auth provide is there. Let me make the meaningful name. Auth provider. Auth provider. Now get it here. Auth provider. Now this auth provider is a main component, right? The top level component. That means the higher order component, and those are the childrens. Okay, now here you can see this children. You can see here the children. This is the top level component, and we are passing this the value here, and the whatever the children, whatever the component inside this, they will access these these values. Okay, the higher order component value that we are providing here. So those will get access in the children. That the children means those component. Okay, that means the app routes, and the app routes holds all the pages, right? See, app routes holds all the pages. That means this value is available in the all the pages. Okay, just you need to get that hook and then access the value, just we are doing in the login page. Let's go to the login again, and inside the login we did this, and now check, refresh it again. Auth context cannot read the null property in the use context. Let me check it again. Where is the issue? Okay, here we are not passing because we are just storing that value and we are passing, right? So for that you can pass, there is a issue, we need to pass in the function. Okay, then only that can be able. So let me check whether it was the issue or not. Issue, use state is not defined, where we have missed the use state, I think here, right? So let me import this as well. Yeah, now let's pass that again. We have the stored values. Okay, let's pass this. Yeah, login is success, but in the context we are getting the value data inside the data, right? So that means we need to pass again one data here. So what you can do here, you can directly destructure from here also, and then you can able to get data. Okay, or if you want that, if you want the object chaining, then you can also do the data. This will also work. Okay, now let's try it again. Now pass it and now check what went wrong again. So everything is fine, I guess, now. And now check the login, sorry, in the application. See, now we can able to but the value is not available, right? So why the value is not available still? From the data line number context, line number context here, data error, and then the refresh token, we are getting this value from the auth context. Sorry, why we are passing the two data here, we don't require those. And let's clear it again. Let's go to the application and clear it again. Okay, let's clear from here and pass it again. Now see, we can able to pass user info, able to get store that value. We have stored that value, access token, refresh token, right? So this we have done, but also the message should be pop up, right? Login is success should be there. So for that, I think in the backend we haven't set that value message. Let's go to the login quickly. In the backend, login, where is that? Let me go inside the service. Oh, no, I think in the controller, I guess. From login controller, inside here you can see we haven't set the message, right? So let's pass the message as well. Login success. Okay, now let's try it again. Login success, and this is the value, right? So once the login is success, now what we required to have, we need to pass this value. Where we need to pass? There also you need to pass here inside this sorry, we are in the back end. Let's go to the front end, and here we have stored this value as is authenticated as well, right? So let's pass this is authenticated also here, and also user. So from where user can available, and also the token. Okay, this means the access token. So once you do this, this will be accessible in everywhere, right? So now, so once the login is success, then it should redirect to the home page, right? So the home page is our main home page is, let's go to the home.js. This one is the home page, right? So what we're gonna do, let's create the home page as the /layout. Okay, this one is the main, and go to the app routes, and this one is the home page, right? So here once the login is success, from where we can control that part, we can control that part from the login. Okay, so once the login is success, then user need to navigate to where user can head over to the home page. That means the slash phase, right? So again send it. Now remove this everything and pass the value. Okay, pass this value and set it, and user login successful, and user can able to redirect. Now we can redirect to the home page, right? So from here, so we required the authenticated. So if the user is authenticated, then we need to show here the logout options, right? And also here we need to pop up the name, which user is logged in right now, right? So in order to do that, let's go in the home page here and use that value, use authenticated, use auth. From here, what you can do, you can simply get that value, right? Const is authenticated, and also another value we are supposed to get. Let me check what we are passing from there. Context, here we are passing the login and then the user as well, right? So let me get the user as well from here, because we need to show the user value. That means we'll get here, and then the user, instead of authenticated user, authenticated system, here we need to show the name, right? So here I simply paste that. Let me check the one condition here, is authenticated. So if user is authenticated, let me pass in the curly braces here. If user is authenticated, in that case we need to show, we will show the user user dot username, right? Username and authenticated system. If not, then in that case we will show simply authenticated system, right? So let me check it again, refresh it. We still see that it's authenticated page. Let me check it again. The welcome home page is this, and here we are getting that authenticated route. And let me check what are the things we are getting from there. Console log is authenticated, and user from the line 5, right? So let's refresh it again. Refresh it again. Login is authenticated is for undefined, and then but we are getting that value. That means this one, right? So why is authenticated is not working? Let me check in the context. Is authenticated we are passing. Okay, so we are also passing the true here once the login is success. But here, so what went wrong here in the token? So once we refresh the set token, the value of the set token will be there, should be there, right? But it's getting the undefined. Why? Let's check quickly. user info, and then the refresh token, access token, and then the refresh token. Use state is authenticated. Context is authenticated. Okay, you can do simply pass boolean user and token is there, then it will be true, right? So let's check it again. Refresh. It's undefined, so it's undefined. Okay, from which component we are getting this? We are getting from the home component, line number 5. Let's do one thing. Let's check what the user and the token will hold. User token, and also what this condition is working or not. Let me check it again. Refresh, and let's go inside this. We're getting the two value, and the value also true, right? So the value is also true. That means this should provide the value true, right? But why is not working? Authenticated is authenticated, right? This is also correct. We're also getting the sorry, the spelling went wrong here, my bad. Now it should work. See, we are getting the admin, right? Username. Also in the navigation, we need to have let's go to the navigation, nav bar. Okay, what are the things we have? We have those things. Username is there and logout. So is authenticated, this should be coming from the use auth, right? Use auth. So with this function, with these hooks, we can get const is authenticated. Now let's pass this here as well. Yeah, we have passed. And the once you are logged in, then you can see here the logged in icon and also the name, but we need to pass the name, right? So what is the name? Username should be there, and also we can get the user. So you can pass the user dot username here, user dot username, user dot username, and in the case of in the email, you can pass the user dot email, right? You see the admin and then this email. Now also user can able to logged out, right? So for the logout, what you can do, you can simply pass that logout here below. drop down item is not there, so let me pass the drop down item as well. Drop down item from the React flow byte, sorry, drop down dot item we required. And in the children, what you can pass, you can pass the logout, but we haven't created the logout right till now, so the logout is also there. So once you clear the logout, then user can able to log out, right? So let me give the certain classes here from the tailwind. Class name, font, semi bold, flex, gap 3. Yeah, it should look, it looks good. And also let pass one icon here, React icons logout. So this one is logout, so let me get this, and you can paste in the top and pass it here. Where you gonna pass? You're gonna pass that here. Okay, so let's check. Now this one is looking good, I guess. Here, now instead of doing this, let's do a couple of optimization here in the context. Okay, we are directly passing this, we are creating the hooks for this. So for that, we create the separate hooks for this. Okay, so that will manage everything, the code will be manageable. Okay, so looks good. Also let's go with the best practice. Use auth dot js or jsx, whatever you want you can write here. Okay, jsx, and from there what you are doing, we are getting this auth context. Inside this use auth, and also we are getting this, and we are passing here. And also what else we required, auth context is there, and we need to import this too. Also import this one. So here I think these two were not required, right? Sorry, let's pass this inside this hooks. Where is the folder for the hooks? I think we have created the folder for the hooks. Inside this, move and rename it as a JS. Okay, because we're not dealing with the component there, so because of that, let's pass the JS directly. And now let's check it again, what went wrong there. Console modules export does not provide the export name as use auth. Where? Okay, where we have used that use auth? We have used that use auth from in the login. Inside the login we need to change this use auth directory. Okay, so here you pass it the use auth from the hooks, and also after that where we have done this, and in the nav also we require that. Inside the nav, where is that nav? Also the home page we required home page. There also we need to get that from the context, sorry, from the use auth hooks. Use auth hooks. And what is the another component? Another is use context, and then navbar. Where is that navbar? Yeah, here. Let's go inside, and then instead of passing the new in this way, let's pass this. Now refresh it again. Auth context is not defined in the auth context. Okay, inside the auth context we haven't defined that auth context. Yeah, we have exported that, right? So from here we have exported, sorry, we haven't exported that. Export this one, and you can get access here. Auth context, and now it should work. Yeah, this one is working fine. Now let's handle the logout. So for the logout also you can simply deal with this. Go to the logout combo, go to the logout. Where is that logout? Logout is in the we need to handle that. Logout is also in the context. Where is that logout context? Go to the context, and here let's create the logout function, same as login. Okay, here const logout, sorry, logout. Let me create this function and set the user as, once the logout is success from okay, in that case only we need to clear the storage, and also we need to set the values. Okay, so the null, this should be null, and the set token should also be null, and another is set authenticated is also should be false, right, in this case. And we need to remove that, we need to clear the local storage dot remove item. What was the key we have created? We have created the user info, and another is local storage dot remove item. Another key is access token, will be removing from here, access token, and the refresh token, right? So let's pass this from here, and then go inside the where we need to implement this. We need to implement this logout from context, sorry, we need to use this inside this navbar. Where is that navbar? Yeah, custom nav is there, and also we'll get the logout function here. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply pass that API for the logout, right? const handle log out async await Axios instance dot, what was the request? I think that was the post request, right? So let's go and check inside this login handler in the routes. So the register and then the logout is here is the logout, right? So the logout, so here let's go to the logout. This one is the API /logout, and let's pass the /logout. Okay, so once this is done, then we're gonna call this function, and this will do the necessary steps. So when this function should call, when, let's go here, and also we'll add this in the try catch block. Okay, try catch block and console log error as well. What was the error we are getting? If there is error, then we can capture here error. Now logout. So once we click in the logout, that means we need to once we click means we need to pass the on click event, right? So let's pass the on click event for this. On click, you can pass in the last on click event. You can simply call that function, that is the handle logout. Okay, so let's check. Let me clear it again, and let me clear the console again, sorry, this one, and logout. We are getting the invalid token. I think we are not passing the token. Okay, we need to pass that token because this is the routes for let me check. Yeah, this one is the authenticated routes, right? Only the logged in user can log out. So because of that, we need to pass this token as well. So how are we gonna pass that token? You can pass the token inside this. So this as this is authenticated routes, so we need to pass this token also in the authorization token also in the headers, right? So let's go quickly in the let's go inside the, we have created the access token. Where is that access token? Let's clear it out and go to the access. Where was the access? I think utils. Let's open in the right side. Open in the right side. Now from here, access token. Now what you gonna do? You gonna here go to the Axios, and for the request, what you gonna do? In the request, you can pass the config like the headers. Okay, like the headers, what the headers you required, and also the token. In that headers, you need to pass that token, right? Now we're gonna use this format, and then we'll use this. Okay, and also you can pass the different types of max content lengths, and this one is not necessary for us. Also only we require the we require to pass the token in the authorization. So this all those things are not required for now. So because of that, I will just pass this in this way. I will get this access instance, and I will call this inceptors dot request dot use. Okay, so what this will do, this will while we are exporting this one, this will in the request, in the every request, this, if there is a token is available, then you we can able to pass that token. Okay, we can able to pass that token in from the in the authorization, right? So because of that we are doing this, and in the callback we will get the config, whatever the configs are there, available data that will be available here, and let's get the token. Okay, from where we're gonna take the token? Token is available in the Axios instance, means, or for now let's directly get the token. Okay, so from where you're gonna get the token, let the token is equals to local storage dot get item okay, get item, and what was the key? JSON dot, sorry, get the item. Let's go and grab this from the context. We're gonna get this one token, this token we required, and we're gonna paste inside this. Okay, and if the token is there, then in that case what you're gonna do, you're gonna simply pass that. If the token is there, check the token at first. Okay, if the token is there or not. If the token is there, in that case config users to the object chaining. In the config, whatever the config holds the objects, that also should include. So because of that, config dot add the another key, add the key inside the header, headers dot authorization, and this should be bearers, and what the token is token, right? So we need to pass this and return the config, and another parameter also you can check for the error. Okay, if there is a error, error, another callback, return promise dot reject. That means error. We simply gonna reject that, right? So again pass this logout. I think now it should work. Let you can pass it, and what we got from the logout, token already expired. That means we have sent the token, I guess. Yes, see, we have sent the token, but the token is already expired. So what was the time duration we have set? Let's go inside this. Let's log in again. So in order to log in, you need to manually remove this token. From where you can remove, go to the application. Inside the application, you will remove this data manually, and this will auto log out. And now go to the login and pass the data and send it, and again go there and log out. Yeah, the login logout is working as expected, right? So also one thing we need to achieve, we need to optimize some data. We need to optimize that one. So for that, what you can do, let's go inside this, the context. I think the code is mismatched in there. Let's go to the context. Okay, we'll do later for this. Okay, or yeah, we'll optimize this later. Okay, not for now. After this, let's go to the navigation, and in the nav, we need to have the conditional rendering. We need to do here inside this one, right? Because we have the user and then the admin, right? So for the admin, this should be the admin dashboard, and for the user, this should be the user dashboard, right? Now so for that, what you can do, let's go inside the nav. Okay, let's create another component here. Const drop down box. Let's create this. Okay, and inside this, let's define the routes. Const what are the routes will be there in the admin routes. Admin nav items. Here the admin nav will be having, let's keep the label as dashboard, and icon, you can pass, and the path slash, and let's get the admin from the React icons for the admin. Const, and another, let me quickly add author as well, and then we add the icon manually. Let's add the dashboard, and then the profile will be there, right? Profile. So from where user can admin can able to change their profile, and from the dashboard, user admin can see the list of the user. Okay, the simple thing. Let's go inside the we need to have what we need to have the React icons here. Inside the React icons, you will get the dashboard. This one is, let's get this one, or you can get the outline. Okay, let's get this one. This one is for the dashboard, or you can get this one as well. Sorry, let's copy this and paste it in the top, and also another is for profile, right? Profile, for the profile you can give this one. Now let's add the dashboard. For the dashboard, dashboard icon, and also profile icon. And the another route will be for the user nav, right? Const user nav items. I think this will have only one, right? So for the profile, and the route for the profile is, sorry, for the admin slash profile, and for this user profile is slash. Those are the routes we have created, right? One is the user profile, so let's go there and add the user profile, and also we need to have the user admin profile here, admin slash profile, admin. Let's add this inside here, admin slash profile, and then the profile. Sorry, this one is for dashboard. Sorry, dashboard. In the dashboard you can add the admin. Okay, now let's render this here and create the component quickly. Now let's do one thing, get that conditionally. Okay, so here we will accept the user at first. user, because we're gonna get the user from here. See, we're gonna get the user from here, and we need to pass this user in the drop box. Okay, so what do you need to render this part? This you need to render here inside this drop box, and pass the user as user. And now inside the user you need to get that user, sorry, nav items. So if the user dot role equals to admin, then we need to show the nav items as admin nav items, or if not, then this should be the user nav items, right? User nav items. So now let's return the component. We return the JSX component here, and I'll grab this from here, nav items. Where is the nav item? Drop down item. I'll copy this and paste it inside the here. Okay, nav items. And then what should we do? We should this one is an array, so because of that I will map this. Nav items dot map item, pass that component inside this. Now let me grab the index as well, and then pass as key idx +1, and then the key. Then what should be the new value? Value will be the label, sorry, the name will be the label, item dot label. And for the icon, we are also having the icon, so that means we can render the icons as well. So let's render here icon. So icon will be coming from the item, right? So item dot icon. So once you do this, let me check now. Let's go inside, sorry, once you logged in, go to the there is a issue. What was the issue? Handle logout is not defined. Where was the handle logout? Sorry, we missed the, we have to pass the path as well in there, right? Or you can simply pass, instead of path you can directly pass on click event in there. You can also get the navigate, from where you can navigate here. You can pass that in the component. We get the component here. For component for nav by user role, right? Component for nav by user role. So this one is the component. And what was the issue we are facing here? Okay, on click event we haven't passed right now. So navigate, you're gonna get that navigate here inside in the argument, and you can simply pass that. And then the path, in the place of path you can place that path. We have the path as well. The path should be item dot path, right? Now I think the issue will not be there. Now let me check again. We are in the user, we are getting the user dashboard profile and then the logout, right? So but let me check it again. Once we click this, it should open the drop down, right? Why it's not opening the drop down at first? It's directly redirecting me to the user profile, right? So why is that? Let me pass now again go to the profile. Sorry, now we are not directly navigating to the profile, right? So once you click, now you can go there, and once you click the profile, you can go to the profile. Once you log out, then you can able to log out, right? So log out, I guess again the token got expired. Token got expired response, yeah. So for the token got expired, in that case also we need to handle, because of that reason we are storing the refresh token, right? The use case for that is the refresh token, and here we need to pass the value for the username, email, and then the phone, right? So let's pass the value quickly. Before passing the let's pass the value inside the user form. Where is that user card? User card is here, and we have the user form, right? So from the user form, what we can do here, use auth const. There we're gonna take the user, right? And we're gonna pass that user value here. So for that we require the Formik, right? So before doing that, let me create the let me do one thing. Let's create route by the role. Okay, we need to have the permission in there. Let's go. We have the root routes, app routes. Inside the there we need to have the protected routes, right? So if we have the protected routes, from there we can validate either the user role is admin or user. Okay, so for that what you can do, let's go inside the routes and create another routes called protected route or private route, or yeah, protected route, protected routes dot JSX or JS, you can name it whatever you want. So in this protected routes, let's get all let's get the outlets in here, and then we can pass it. Okay, so what we can do, let's create the const, create a function protected routes is equals to return the outlet that is coming from the React.order, right? So here let's get allowed routes. Okay, what are the routes are allowed for with this protected? So allowed roles we required, right? Allowed roles. So from here we will get the roles. Okay, we'll get the roles, and then we'll check this. So we have the from where we'll get the role. We'll get the role from the user, right? So user is in the context, so that means you can get the value from the context. Use auth and let's import this const user. From there you will get the user, and if user not user, if the user is not there, then we can directly navigate to the login page or home page. For now you can directly navigate to the navigate from the React algorithm and to /login replace with this login, right? And after that what you can do, if allowed roles and not allowed roles dot includes and CLUDES includes user dot role, because that role is coming from here, right? So this role, because if the user role is user, but that role that is only accessible for admin, then in that case user can't able to get access with this role, right? I think this makes sense for you. Then return simply return the navigate to, I'll copy and paste this and pass it unauthorized. Authorize, we need to create this one, right? And now you can simply export this one, export default protected routes. You can export this and redirect if role not allowed it. Okay, redirect if role is not allowed it in that case. And this one is for, this condition is for redirect if not logged in, and then once this condition match, then here we simply render child routes. Okay, I think this makes clear for you. Now where we require this protected routes, you require this protected routes inside this app routes, right? So let's get where we having that routes inside this app routes, and for the admin let's copy this, and this one is for admin and this one is for user. So the admin and let's close this, sorry. So here in the element, what you can do, you can simply add the protected routes and the allowed roles. This one is for admin, right? So the role is admin, and this one is, this routes is for user, right? So you can pass in this way. I'll copy and paste it again. And protected routes, this one is for admin and then the user as well, because the user can able to see this page, right? User profile. Now I think this makes sense. Now this one is the admin, that means they can able to do logout. I think the logout expired is still there. Now let's go inside this and then destroy this one and clean this one as well, and add this. See, we are redirecting back to the login page, right? Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Now let's go to the routes that is on access not access to the admin user. Let's pass this slash admin page not found. That means unauthorized, right? So for the unauthorized we need to create the page. We'll do that later, and for now let's directly go to the forget password. Okay, let's handle the forget password, and then okay, let's go to the forget password. Now here in the forget password, page not found, in the authorize, I think the page not found does not make a sense, right? So let me add another route for that. Page not found, sorry. Here, so what you can expect, let's create another route for this. Okay, if this is unauthorized, let me copy this and paste it here and add this one, unauthorized, and the page not found, right? So for the page not found, sorry, for the unauthorized, let me copy and paste this one. Page not found is there, and create the another called unauthorized .jsx, and here let me add the unauthorized user. So also unauthorized routes. So here, and also you can add 401 for the unauthorized. Okay, and instead of page not found, here you can simply add the unauthorized. And now let me get into the, here is the protected routes, and then page not found and unauthorized, and let me get that and install this, sorry, import this. Yeah, we can get that, right? So once we don't have that routes, then it should show the unauthorized, right? Unauthorized route. And let's get back this one. This we are having the guest, right? So here instead of guest we need to show the user. Let's quickly go there and then change the role, and in the user, instead of users, instead of guest, so check same the condition, sorry, not the condition, if there is a user you can check that. Boolean, if there is a user, then what you need to have, if the user is true, in that case we need to show the user dot role, right? Role. If not, in that case you need to show the guest, right? So let's quickly go there and check. Yeah, we are getting the user, right? The role is user, and the profile is there, and once you click this you will go to the profile, and then there is the username, email, phone, right? And now let's go to the change password. Sorry, so log out, and I think the token is still expired. Let me quickly go and then remove the let me add the forget password for now. Sorry, let's go and okay, let's create the forget password page. Okay, let's work on that. So let me remove that from the application, this one, and once you remove this, now you will get this one, right? So you will redirect back to the login page. And now let's go and then create one users and then reset the password. Okay, So for that I'll get the user from the temp mail, and because we need the mail for that in order to get that user. So let me get that mail from here, from the temp mail. Basically the temp mail provides you the mail that is only verified for valid for 10 minutes or certain hours, and for the testing purpose this could be the best option for us. And then the password I will simply, sorry, we need to register that user. Register that user, and let's add their register and simply add the user John. Sorry, you can add something, and the email you can put that, and then the password testing 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, testing 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now let's end it. See, once we get that, then here, from here we need to forget the password, right? So we from here user can able to change the password. So in order to do that, I will just go there and get the link at first. Okay, so why we need the link? Because we need to verify the email, whether that email is having the particular user or not. Okay, so let me send it. Okay, before that I think we haven't sent any, we haven't set anything for this. So I'll directly go to the login. Okay, let's go to the login page, and I'll close all the tab for now, and I'll go to the login page on the one side, login, and in the right side I'll open the forget password, that is this field. Okay, because here we need to set this method. Okay, so we need to pass this handler from here. So because of that, let me pass the initial value as well, and then the submit, response, and everything we required. I'll copy and paste inside this forget password page. Okay, so once I do this, I need to change it quickly. We need the yup, so with yup I'll copy this and paste it here. And what else we required? We require the use this one. I'll copy this and then paste inside here, and also I'll require this. I'll copy this and paste inside here. Okay, what else we require? We require the use navigate. Okay, we require the use navigate, and we are getting the use navigate from the React, right? So let's get that. Sorry, React algorithm. Once you get that, let's pass the initial value, that is email, and once you get that, go to the email, and then here you can add email is required, and instead of username this should be the email, right? So also what we required here, we need to have the type. In this case you can simply add you can also directly add the email value. You can check the type for the email. So for now also I'll simply add this one, and then you can put the type here below. The type should be email, right? Or you can go here and get that email field. Okay, once you get that, then everything we have set here already, and paste it inside this, replace with this component. Now you need to pass the email. Okay, email should be the example at mail.com, and then in the toast you need to have the email, and in the Formik viewer there should be the email. Yeah, I think everything is looking good. Now email, and then you can add the email, and then you can pass that, right? Now let me check the button. Yeah, we have put down submit button there as well, and there is a Formik handle, and I think everything is set. And let's check. I can refresh. We are getting any issues or not? No, I think we didn't get any issue. Now this one is for the just now we have registered, so we got the email verification also, right? So this one is for the OTP. We are getting the OTP, and we also so here email verification will get later because we haven't verified yet. So before verifying that, let's directly pass the email at first. Send the email for the reset OTP link, and our email, let me copy the email. This one is our email. Copy and paste it here. Okay, once you pass this, email is required. Why the email is not there? Let's go, and then email handle change. What was the name of the email? The text type is email, and then the name should be the email, right? The name should be the email, and then only it should work, because this form controller, the Formik handle will check for the name. Okay, if the name is exist, then it will set the unchanged value in this name, right? So because of that, it's showing email is required. Let me refresh it again and pass that value. Okay, and send, and what we are getting includes are not there. Sorry, we need to remove this one because we don't require here. Now once we do this, the user can able to navigate to the reset password page, right? What was the link for the reset password page? Let's go in the app routers and check their reset password. Where is that reset password? Yeah, from here user can able to reset their password. So let's pass this. So only when this only when the API is succeed, right? When we send the email successfully. So for that, let me check the API. What was the API we have used for the email? So let me check here. For the forget password, there is a API called forget password, and pass it here. Where we need to pass inside this reset password, and then here we need to get that link. And if there is a error, then we can't able to get this 201 status, right? So let's pass this again. We are getting the issue. What issues was that? Forget password failed, an email we have sent, and then there is the issue. We are not setting the headers, and this we are getting is the course issue. Why is this happening? Let me check it again. Let's go there, and you can check the forget password. Also in the auth handler, sorry, let's go to the auth controller. Sorry, let's go to the index, and why we are getting that? Okay, might be the conflict with the let's go in the request, which request we are serving for that particular API. In the auth controller, go to the routes, and the forget password will be having the post request. That means we need to send the data, right? And then the forget password, we are sending the controller data, but we are getting the course issue. Let me check it again. Let me close the server and try it again. Okay, let me close the server and try it again. What could be the possible issue, and we'll figure it out. Now send it again. send, and still we are getting the same issue, the forget password and then the API. Let me check the API endpoint. Sorry, see, we are not sending the forget password. The base URL is missing in here, right? So let's go there and add that base URL. I think where we missed that part, let me check. Forget password. Yeah, there is a 2/, right? So because of that, I guess. Now let's send it again. Link has been sent. So we need to accept this link in this mail, right? See, we are also getting that reset password link, and here you can notice that we are getting the welcome to code with the page and the mail. This one is the mail that we have provided right now, and there is a reset password link. Let me close this. Okay, so once you get this and once you click this, then you will get redirect to the your reset password page, right? So from there you can able to reset your password. So initially there was the testing 1 2 3 4 5. So now I will add mounting 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, let's add this. We maintain mounting 1 2 3 4 5. Now let's send it again. Let's send it again. And I think we don't get any request, right? So because we haven't used this form handler in there. So let's quickly add the form handler in the reset password as well. Let me copy this and then paste it inside this reset password. So let me remove this forget password because we have already done that. Reset password, where is that reset password? Yeah, let me open to the site. App router don't required, and let me expand this one. Okay, here let's add this. And what are the things we required? We required password field. We required this sorry, login, and here we need to have the password. Sorry, let's go to the register, because the most of the fields will match in this case. I'll get that repeat password and the password, both fields at a time. Okay, and I will replace it with this component. And now we need to pass these two things, custom hooks, and the password strength is also required here, and then these all things are required in this component as well. So the Axios instance is there, and we need to set the password and then the confirm password, right? Confirm password, and another is password. So these are the initial value, and we need to have email is required, and then the password and the confirm password. I'll copy this one and paste it inside this validation schema. And now what else we required? Once, okay, also we required on submit method in this form. Let me add this, and once you get that, I think we haven't added. What are the fields are missing there? I think nothing we're missing, right? So once, okay, there we have missed one thing. Password strength is missing. Let me copy this also and then paste in the below. Okay, and this is the component we are expecting from. I think we have already imported this one, right? Yeah, we are already imported this one, and I think this should work. Let me go back and I will again click this and open this here. Let me open the console. What we're missing? We were missing use navigate is not defined, right? So let's go and import this quickly. Use navigate. Why is this missing? y. I'll copy this one, use navigate. Okay, I'll copy this one and paste inside this. Now I guess everything is working fine. Password, and then the forget password is there, right? Now let me add the field and also check the console log, okay, whether we are getting that value or not. So for that, what you can do, let me check the Formik console log Formik dot values from Formik values in line 37, right? So let's check line 37. We are getting the object on line 37. The password is required. There is no password. And once we add this and check it here, there we are updating the password successfully. And add the mounting. 2, 3, 4, 5. So here also. Now you can pass it. Okay. Let's send it. The link had sent. Why the link had sent is coming in there? So we are using this one, right? So because of that, we are getting that. Now let's go there and get that API. Let's get that API for the reset password. Okay. So here in the reset password, we need to change that API in here. In the instead of forget password, let me pass the reset password. Okay. And now I think everything is fine. Now let me pass that again. Let me pass this. Token not found. That means this is for the unauthorized issue. Okay, I think we have missed to send the token here. Let me check. Once we click the reset password, we are getting the token, right? So what we are missing, so once the user will get to this link, okay, so once user will get this link, once they click to the reset buttons, and here in the top you can see this one is the token. So we need to pass this token as well, okay, to reset the password. So how you gonna pass that, or how you gonna get that? So for that you can simply get that. Let's get here in the top. Okay, need to extract the token, right? Token extract from the URL. That means this one is our URL, right? Let me copy this and paste inside this one. Okay, this one is our token, this one is our URL reference, right? So that means you can see here we are getting the token. Okay, so how are you gonna get that? In order to get that, you need to use location use location. You will be getting from why you saw this one is not working in my side. Use location will be coming from this navigate. Okay, and from the use location you will get the location const location, and from that location, let me console that. From location, see here we are getting the source, right? So what are the key? This one is the object. Inside the object we are getting the keys like hash, key, path name, search, and the state we are getting. So we just required this source this source key, right? So how are we gonna capture this one? After this, let's find out the only source params. Okay, const search params, we need to get that, right? New URL search params, search URL search params, and from there what you're gonna pass, you're gonna pass the location dot search, and then you can const token is equals to search params, search params dot get that particular key. That means the key, key means token, right? From that name you are getting the token. Now let's check the token is working or not. Okay, token, yeah, token is also we are getting, see, we are getting the token. Now once you get the token, then you can simply pass that token. Okay, how you gonna pass that token? So if you want to add the token, because we are not authorized, right? So you can you need to pass that token here itself. So values you are passing in there, and in the second parameter what you need to have, you need to pass the config. Config means in the object you need to pass, that is the headers, and then the authorization, is bearer token. So why we require the bearer, you can see in the backend. Let me showcase you in the backend, because in the middleware you can check. Auth middleware, what we are doing, if it is from the reset password, okay, here we are doing like the bearers, and we are replacing that bearers and only getting the value. Okay, there is a space, there is one space and bearer. So because of that, what we are doing, while sending the data from the front end, we are giving one space. See, in the middle we are having the one space and then the bearer. So this will be replaced by the token. Okay, and only in the middleware we are only getting the token. So because of that, and once the reset is done, then user should navigate to the login page again, right? And from there the user can log in. So now let's pass it again. Mounting and again, now send it. Token got expired. Token get expired. Let me check what was the duration valid time we have added in the token. Let's go here in the secret keys there, and from where we are generating the token, let's go to the controller and check. In the reset password, that means we are generating the token from the change password, forget password, right? So forget password, from here we are finding the user from the email and sending the reset password link. So let's go there and generate tokens. And what was the time? Okay, we are only giving the 60 seconds. This one is too late, so at least add 1 hour. Okay, so because of that, it's every time revalidating. We are getting that issue, right? So let's get that email again. So go to the backlist, Now send that email again. So from where we can send the email? From the change password, right? Go to the login, and from there you can get the navigation icon for the sign up, sorry, forget password, and go to the forget password. And in the forget password you can put the email, this email, and then you can pass from here. Once you add this, send, and the reset link has sent. And once the reset link has sent, then we supposed to get the mail. Yeah, we got the mail as well. And I will click this, I'll click this link, and I will open this reset password link. Okay, once I open this, then you can see we are getting this token again. Now you can add the, now you can add this password and then the confirm password field, right? So let me add, the password mounting 12345, mounting 12345. So once you do this, the password update successfully, but we are not redirect back to the login page, right? So this should redirect to the login page. Let me check why it is not redirecting us. The response, payload, header, we are getting the success status 201. So here let me send that 201, okay, because we are creating because we are updating that. So from where we can update that? Here, I think reset password. Where is that API? Reset password. Refresh token is there. Sorry, reset password is there, right? Forget password, reset password, and here you can simply pass the 201, and this should work as expected. Or instead you can also directly change in the front end and make it as a 200, okay, here instead of 201. Now let's go, and then now again send the send that link, okay. Go to the localhost 3000, sorry, 3000 at 5173, and go to the login and add that here. Sorry, what was our email? This is our email, right? Back to the email list, and you can put that email here. Sorry, where is that? Forget password. You can put that email here. I think there is some space. Now you can send it. Link has sent. And now let's go here and check. Yeah, we are getting the new link, right? So now once you get the link, hit the reset button. Once you click this, you will redirect to this page, and again add the reset password, okay, reset password. Now send it. Let me open the network. The password must match. Why it is not match? Let me copy this and paste it here. Password, reset password, okay. Now update successfully, and then we can able to go here, and I will use this password, recent password, and I will go to the what was our email. I'll get that email from here because I forgot that. I'll copy this and paste it here and send to the login. See, we can able to log in, right? The user role is user, and then we are getting the username as well, and we are also updating here, and you can get the profile, and also we can get logged out, right? So I think you get the flow. And after that, what we required to verify the email, right? So in order to verify the email, user must logged in. Okay, this one, reset password. So here let's go to the profile, and let's change this quickly. Okay, what was the component name? Reset password also we have done. Now what was the component name for this user card, right? So for the user card, we will get the user details from the auth user, right? Use auth, you will get that, and const user. Or instead of doing this, okay, you can get this in this way. Let me do the list. Let me add the bio list. So for that, I'll create a component called the list item, because the list item means the item that is required for the to show the phone number and then email verify. Okay, so for that I'll create this quickly. Now written list, we are getting that from the flow, right? And list dot item, and in that item let me put some classes, flex items center, and also in the list class name, let's keep the height. Okay, certain height. So for that, leading loose, that means it will get a certain height, and we need to show the email, right? So for that, email, you can get that email from the spam, or you can simply get that. Let's add div, and here you can add the span email. What could be the email? User, and we are expecting the user from here. Okay, user from here, and user user email, we require the user email, and also we require to show the verified or not verified email, right? So for that, what key we have the key called email verified, right? Let's create another div for this, and give the certain margin left, last name margin left 4, and give the badge color warning, let me check whether it is working or not. List item, and let me remove this add friend and then the message. These two things we don't require, and this name is also not required. Okay, name, this delete export, all the things are not required here. Let me remove this drop down button, also not required. Let me remove all those things, and the image also not required. Okay, for now you can put that. And here leave it for that to position we required list, and in that list you can send the user. Okay, now this should work. And what went wrong, let me check the console. We occurred the list issue, the badge is not defined. Let me define the badge. Where was the badge? This should come from the flow byte. Okay, it should come from the flow byte. And now here you can see the email is their email, but the label is not there, I guess, where the label is not there. Badge. So here in this warning we need to provide the verify now. Now you can see the verify now is there. Verify now. You can still increase the size of this, okay, if you required, or email verified is there. Why the designing is not looking good. Let's give certain weight is there. Let's keep the MD, and let's keep the all item center. Where is that list? Here. And let's keep items center. Yeah, now it looks good. And also give certain margin top from there, empty 10. Now the email is there and the verify now. Okay, if the email is not verified, then this should be the button, verify now button. Okay, this should work as a button. Okay, so here let's add some condition. So if the email if user what was the key, let me check. Actually I forgot that key. What was the key in here? In our schema models, that is schema, there was the key called phone number, sorry, not the phone number verify, email verified. Let me grab this. And if there is a phone number verified, okay, user is having the phone number verified, in that case we just copy this and then paste it. We'll show the verify true, sorry, verify true, not success. Okay, success, and in the status you need to show that verified, and in the else case you can simply pass this. Okay, now I think this makes sense. Now the email is not verified, so because of that we are getting the verified. So let's verify this email. In order to verify this email, let's go to that mail again. I think there we are also providing the link for the email verified, right? Let's get that. We are sending this welcome to code with the page, and once you click this you will get that OTP and then the verify link. Let me click here, and also we are having the user ID. Okay, and we need to get this, we need to add this here, right? So in order to add here, have to put this, user can able to add this, fill up this form, this verify email form by adding this OTP, and then that should work, right? So in order to take that, we need to have input ref, because from that input ref, we can able to track that reference of that particular element, right? We can track that particular element from the ref, so we need to use that ref. So in the React you can use the ref as use ref, that is a hook provided by the React, and then the initial value, let's put the empty array. Okay, from here we can track the value, and we will also handle the we also take the look We can also get the update from this inputs ref. Let me check what should be there. Here we are having the inputs, right? So from this input we need to update the value in the ref, right? So let's add the key called ref in the below, wherever you want, ref, and in that ref let's add the callback function, and inside the callback function you can get the element, okay? And inside the element you will put that input ref dot current, and we need to have the index. So how we gonna take the index? Here we are having the index, and we will get the index from there is equals to the element, right? So if we do this, input ref and then the element, okay, sorry, this should not be there, element, now it should work, okay, the index, the current index, okay, and let me remove this one, also remove this one, and now yeah, we can able to track. That means the element ref, the ref element, that is the callback, we are getting the callback as the element, and input ref the current index, that means the which index we are getting from this map, okay? And now from here also we need to change the value in the index. I think we have changed already. And okay, once we do this, let me check what we are getting in the current, okay? Console log input ref dot current, I think you can't let me go there, localhost 5173, and inside this there is a we are having the verify button, right? So once we click this, you will go to the verify link, and from here you can able to add that data, right? Let me add, and what we are getting in the reference, from the current we are not getting anything, right? So each time this should get triggered and also switch to the next input, right, once the input is fill up, and also accordingly we can able to remove the data as well, right? So for that let's track the key of element here. Let's add that on key op, you can get the event, okay, get the event and handle key op, and that could be the that will be the index and then the event, right? Now we are getting let's create that function here, handle key up, const handle key up, and what we are passing index and then the event, right? So let's pass that index event we are getting from there. Now here after this, you know, when the key up, that means we are typing something, right? In that time, if the event, let me check the console, that event sorry, you can also console the event, okay, and then the index, from which index we are triggering that, from line number 10, and if event dot key is equals to backspace, then in that case it should get removed, right? Space backspace, but it should get removed. But also we need to check that if the index is should be the greater than 0, right? So it should be greater than 0, and event dot target dot value should be empty string, right? So once you do this, here you're gonna take input ref dot current current index -1, okay, dot focus else if, let's add the condition for the else if, because we need another condition, that is event let's add this here, event dot target dot value dot length equals to 1 and index less than input ref dot current dot length -1. Let me check whether it is working. It will work or not. If the backspace is there, in that case what we are doing, we are focusing in that current element, and focusing on the current element, that means one step back, right, in the event, and then the string will be the empty, right? And if the string is empty, if the value is empty, and if the event target dot value dot length equals to 1 and the index is less than input ref dot current length -1, okay, I think this makes sense. In this case, input ref dot current index +1 focus. Now let me check that in below, okay. We need to check this current ref, right? So we need to check once we update this. Let me refresh it again and pass the value, and we are successfully switching to the next event, right? So once the key up, let's add again, and we are changing the input. So in this way we can change the event also in the backspace. And you can see, if you can notice here, once you click this here, from the current we have also show the, I think we have also console this event, right? So from event you can notice that key, okay, this key is available there. Notice that event let's add the backspace. Okay, now we are passing the key as once we add the backspace, let me remove this one, and if we remove this space, okay, you can see in the event what we are getting, sorry, the code is also the backspace and the key is also the backspace. That means we are checking that if the backspace is there, and also the index, because we are having the maximum we are having the max index is 6 and the index should not be the less than 0, then 0 index means that is the starting element, right? So and then after that event the targeted value should be the is equals to the empty string. So once we go back, see, once you go back there should be the empty string, right? See, okay, now I think this makes sense. And after that also the input ref, what we are getting that in the input ref, let me check that input ref. Input ref, let's go to the input ref dot current, and it will give the index. After that we need to get that OTP. Okay, so once we are updating that current element, then we need to get that OTP. So from where you can get the OTP, you will get the OTP from the ref, right? So from here, let me check what we are updating in the input ref. Input dot current, okay, let me console it. Dot current from the current from ref. Okay, now let me add that. Now let's see, you are getting the inputs, right? So those are the inputs. So from here we can able to get that value. Okay, so how are you gonna get that? Here value, you can see the value in there. Where is that value? Let me show you the value as well. Current, but we can't, because this one is the array, right? So we can't directly get the value. So for that you can create one function. Okay, from there you can able to get that OTP. So for the OTP, let's create a function called get OTP, const get the OTP, let OTP is equals to inputs ref dot current map item dot value. Now let's return this OTP. Return the OTP. Sorry, OTP. Let's return this OTP and let's call this function outside. Now let's check it here and again remove this one and pass. Sorry, let me refresh it again. Now pass the inputs here, but we are not getting, I guess we are not updating. So this should get called from here, and now I can refresh it and pass that value and go to the message where we are consoling this. Okay, we are not consoling. just a second. We need to console here. Let's console this function. Okay, console this function, and now check. Now let's check that what we are getting. See, we are getting that current value, right? 3543. This one is the value we are getting, capturing. So I guess you know that how we are achieving this. We are getting this in we are updating this input refs, the current, and in the current we are getting the value in the array. See, that's we are updating that input refs in the array because we are having the multiple in there. Okay, and we are updating that, and from there we are getting the value, right? And after that, let's add for the handle submit as well. So once you click this should get submit, right? So how are we gonna do that? Let's add one function called the handle submit on handle, and also for let's do for the copy paste as well. Okay, so once we copy the value, and if you directly paste, let me show you. Go back, and if I directly paste that value, let me copy this value, sorry, that is that OTP, and if I paste it there here, but that is not working, right? So how are we gonna get that? Let's create the function for that. Handle paste, we have the another event called the on paste. Okay, and create a function called the handle paste. I'll create the function here. Handle paste. Okay, sorry, const handle paste. E, and here let's pass the e dot prevent. Sorry, this is not the submit function, this is the handle paste, right? So in the handle paste, let's get the e, that means the event e dot prevent default, e dot prevent default. This will prevent the default case. And now const paste data. So in that case we need to have so what we are getting in the console, let me check in the event at first. Console log event from the event, and I will again paste it from here. I'll copy this one, the OTP, and I will paste it here. If I paste, we are not getting anything. Why we are getting the empty string? Event on paste, yeah, in the on paste I think the value we got that. The paste is there. Okay, on paste this will get invoke. Where is that called the clipboard data? Is there any clipboard data? Yeah, from here we're gonna clipboard. Where is that clipboard? Yeah, here is the clipboard, window clipboard. So from the clipboard, let me capture the text. Okay, how are we gonna do that? Const event e dot clipboard clipboard data or window dot clipboard data. Okay, clipboard data dot get data that is the text. Let's store this and check again. Paste data, copy and paste. See, we are getting that from the event, right? This is the data we are capturing from here and then paste it here. Now once you get this data from here, let's extract only the digit. Okay, extract only the digit that it's pasted. How are we gonna do that? Let's use the regex to get that digit. This one is the regex that we need to use. And how are we gonna implement this regex? Const, we need to get the digits from the paste data dot replace and paste that here, and then comma, sorry, with a string, split split with the string. Okay, so that means we are splitting by each digit. So now check what are the digit we are getting. Now again copy and paste this. I'll copy and I'll paste it here. So once I paste this, see, we are getting the events, updating the events, right? We require this. And now let's distribute that digits into the OTP fields automatically. So how are we going to distribute that? You can, okay, let's create, because we are having the array, right? So if you have the array, then you can directly go to digits dot for each digit. This will give the single digit, comma index, okay. If inputs ref is equals to the current index, inputs ref dot the current dot value, current value, let's compare it. Okay, let's, it's equals to the digit, it's equals to, sorry, let's add this. Okay, digits, now let's store this. If the refs dot the current index is there, in that case, are we gonna store that in the ref? Update that ref dot current index dot value is equals to the digits, right? Digit. And if, sorry, index less than input ref dot current dot length -1, inputs ref dot current index +1 dot focus. Now it should work. Let me check it again. If we have done any mistake, then it will not work. Otherwise it should work. Okay, let's add the data. Where is the data? Yeah, here it is, and then pass. Yeah, we have successfully did this. Now now we need to have the onSubmit function, right? Form submit. So form submit will have the handle submit, and let's create this function quickly. So this one is for paste the OTP. Okay, and now this one is for the handle submit. Okay, let's add the const handle submit, and let's add the event prevent default, async it dot prevent default. Let's add the try catch block here, because we are not using the Formik right now, so because of that we are adding the try catch. Okay, so try catch await Axios instance. What we are getting, we require the Axios instance dot post. And what was our API? I think our API is verify email or something, right? So, and now let's pass the OTP, and we are getting the OTP in the where we are getting the OTP, we are getting the OTP in the get OTP, right? So let's pass this OTP, and also you can see here we are getting the user ID, right? We need to pass that user ID. Let's capture this user ID. How are we gonna capture this? You can directly with the location. Okay, from the window also you can directly get that property, that is the user ID. So how are we gonna do that? Window dot location dot ref dot split and then the index is second that means the one index 1. I think this should work. Now if this works, then the toast dot success email verified success. Okay, or let's console log for now. If there is error, then we'll just console log that error from email verification. After that, once we do this, the OTP verify success, and then the user ID also is there. I think there are two parameters we require, right? Let's go to the backend quickly and check the routes. Check the routes for the verify mail verification. Verify email controller. Okay, I think this one is the controller, right? Yeah, we are getting the OTP. Okay, let's get that name. Mail verification. Let's copy this and paste it here in our code. Verify email. mail verification. And now this also we have done, and if the success, then the toast success should be there, and we need to navigate to the get to, sorry, I think we haven't used the navigate. Let's create the navigate function quickly. Use navigate const navigate, and now if the condition is true, that means resolved. So in that case, let's pass it to the home, that means the landing page. Now I will add this OTP and send, and I'll check in the network. I'll paste it and send it. Server error, user ID is this, but why we are not able to send the OTP? That means what? Sorry, this is a function. Now let's verification. We are sending the OTP, but it is in the array, right? Which parameter we required? We require that user ID and then the user.otp. Okay, we have, that means we required in the string, right? So we don't need to split that. Where is that value, that current, and then let's join with this. Now again let me pass it. Now send that OTP again. Yeah, it's work, right? Now email verification is also done. So let me check logged in and check. Yeah, logged in success. Now let's go to the profile and see the email is verified, right? The status is also get updated. Now after that, what we need to do after this, now let's log in again. Once you logged in, let's go to the profile. Okay, so from here we need to update the mobile number, and also we need to verify the mobile number, right? So for that I will get the data here, because we are getting the data from the hooks that we have created in the context, right? So let me create that quickly. Let's go in our code, and where was the user data? User data was in the user card. Yeah, here we will be having the user data and also the user form. There we require the data, right? And here let's get that. Here we are having the form inputs, right? Custom inputs. And so for that, let me get the use Formik that we have implemented in the where we have implemented that in the Auth from the register or logged in, from where you can get that. Okay, I will split this screen. I will split this screen, user form, and I will get that data. And let's see one by one in the register. So let's copy this one from here. Let's copy from top and paste inside this one. And in our case, the initial value, the username will be user dot username, or if there is no username, then we'll simply return as, that will be a string, empty string, and the user dot email, and these two field not required in this initial case. And also we need to have the phone number, right? So let's add the phone number as well. User.phone. And let's get this input from here. Let's get this input from the custom input and replace the username. What is that username? Here. And I'll simply replace with that. Okay. And also the email, I'll replace with that email. And also the also the phone number. I think there is no phone number, right? So I'll create a phone number field here, phone number, and instead of label email, there will be the phone number, phone, and the Formik handle, and the type will be the phone, and the name will be also phone, and the placeholder will be 98 something. Okay. And let's import all those things. What are the things we need to import? Let's import the custom use form, and also we need to import the Axios instance and the UP. Where is that UP? I'll copy this and paste in the top. Use navigate, I think this is not required, because once we update, now we need to remain in the same page. And I'll remove the logged in navigation from here. After that, password, and let me see the output. Yeah, here, but we are not getting the value, right? What is the why we are not getting the value? Because there we need to pass the value as well. We are not passing the value, so because of that, let me add the value quickly. Value will be Formik dot values dot username. Okay, let me check the value is there. Okay, and also if not, then there should be the empty string, right? Same case for email, phone number as well. Okay, we are having the username, email, and then the phone, but there is no any value. But before initializing, also we need to make sure that we need to we have enable the reinitialize there or not. Okay, so because the reinitialize helps us to reinitialize the value again. Okay, let me just get that from here. Let me make it as a true, because in the default that will be false. Let's add in the hooks. Okay, not here. Let's go inside the hooks and add the reinitialize in the below. Now for the API, I think we haven't created the API for update, right? Here we need to add the API. Let me check we have the API on it. Let's go inside the auth routes, update profile. Yeah, we don't have the API for the update profile, right? So let me update that. Let me create that API quickly in the backend. Okay. Let's create that route where we need to create. Let's say reuse this register controller. Here below, let's add this and create the name as update profile controller, username, email, role, and then the phone, and get that find user by email. If the user not exist, then let's pass this not exist. Okay, and okay, hash we don't required here. Okay, and then the stored and update username, password, hash we don't require here. Role, okay, role leave it for the role, phone, and we will update this in this user exists, right? So let's pass this also. Send verification mail is also not required. Updated data, this also we don't required. Update data, save data. Okay, let me add save data and user update successfully. Okay, let's go inside the routes quickly and then create one routes for that. That means the API profile authenticated routes, and then the controller is update, and let's pass here. Yeah, this one is available. Now let's do user slash profile. Okay, user slash profile. Let's directly go to the front end and implement that part here. User slash profile. Okay. Now let's check whether we can able to update or not. Also handle submit, I think we haven't defined there. Let's update there. The username, email, password, this is not required. The phone, I guess the phone is also email. Also we don't, I think we don't need to give them the access for the email or the password. They can only see that. Okay, so let's make it as a disabled. Disabled. But the username they can update. Leave it for the username, but email they can't able to update. Okay. Phone number, okay, there is no issue. Now let's try. Now let's add the phone number, network, and check what was the issue. I think on submit is not there. Let me see. Form, where is that form? On submit is not there. Submit. Formik dot handle submit. Handle submit. Now let's pass it again. Instead of username, let's add the code with the base. Okay, let's update. We got the issue. Profile, API not found, cannot post the request. Why? Sorry, there was the get request. Let me add the post request. Yeah, user updated successfully, right? If the user updates successfully, then we can able to get that number as well. Now let me refresh, but we can't able to see that. Why? I think here the phone number is already there, right? So I think in the application we are directly getting that data from the user info, that is from the applications, that is local storage, right? Here we are having the phone number or not? No, we don't have any phone number, right? So once we do that, we need to update that in the local storage as well, right? So let's store that in the front end. Let's go inside the front end, and once we do that, there I think we are having the context. Inside the context, create a function const update user data, that is the user data, and then there we can pass this one, and let's get this. We will pass this user data from here. There is no issue, but we need to utilize this function in here as well. Let's pass this in the provider so that we can utilize in the user form. So once we update that, then response dot data, let me do this and again update this number and pass it again. Let me clear this and pass it again. User object or user update not defined. Sorry, this should come from context, right? Let me pass this phone number again and send it. User update successfully, and I think this should also get, we need to get unauthorized issue, unauthorized. Why? Because we haven't passed any role from the front end. So let's not pass the role to update the in the backend as well. Let me remove that role. Can't update email here. Okay, we only update the username and then the phone. Let's go in the front end. The purpose of email is just to show the email, which email they are using. Let's try it again. Let's submit and refresh it, and it will not log out automatically. Now show the phone number in the left side with the verification button, and user can able to verify with the phone number. Okay, so let's copy and paste that. List item. If the okay, let's change that. And once the phone verified is true, then in that case it should show the verified, and if not, then the verify now button should be there. And we are adding the on click, and inside that on click we are adding the handle verify phone number, and adding the key card phone, and then the user dot phone is the value, right? So let's add the async and await. And let's go here in the user card, and let's paste inside this try catch block. Let's console log the error. Handle verify phone number. Let's pass this in the list item, because that is a component, right? List item is a component, so we are passing that through the props, and we are receiving in the props handle verify phone number, and now it should work. Let's try it again. Now let's click in the verify button. There is a verify button, you can see in the left side. Okay, there is a email. Let's change it to phone. Let me add the country code as well. 977 and 9798635 Let's try it again. But why it's not showing here? Okay, we are showing here. Now again verify this. Let me see. I got the number one. I got that. Yeah, I got the OTP as well. And the OTP, once we get that, once we click this, user should navigate to the OTP page, right, that we have already created here. Instead of doing everything inside this, okay, we'll make it we'll use the modular approach to use both the things at once. Okay, so for that reason I'll create verify OTP, and there OTP form where will be the OTP, and here we will be having phone OTP. Let me rename it phone OTP, and another email OTP. Okay, or you can use in the same component as well, but I'm simplifying this case. Okay, so let's go inside the verify email, and I'll just copy all those things. Where is that verify email? Control A, Control C, and then the paste inside the OTP form, and here you just can get that OTP with this callback. Paste that. Paste also should work, and let's copy that, copy this. Okay, and this is for the email, so because of that I'll create a component called the email. I'll make it clean. OTP form, and you can pass it, and you will get inside this input ref. We can also copy and paste here. And what else we required? And let's get this we'll get this from the OTP. Let's pass this and I'll submit as well. Okay, and we will get that and I'll submit here. And now let's get this email OTP inside this page. Email OTP will required in this verify email, and remove everything we don't require. We don't require this. Remove this one as well and simply paste. Okay, now remove this one from the top. What are the inputs are there, remove all those things, and ref also we don't require, and this one also will remove. Now let me check, is there any issue or not? No, there is no issue. And use the phone number, use the phone OTP is there, and same way we'll use this in the phone number. Okay, let me remove this and also close this one, close all, and the phone OTP let's open in the right side, and then here we'll paste that email OTP, and this will be the phone OTP, right? Phone OTP. Phone OTP, where we use that, we'll use that phone OTP inside. Phone OTP we required. So for that I think we require the routes as well, right? Verify your phone number. So let's create one route inside the not the auth. Yeah, inside the auth you can create that, or okay, let's create inside the auth. Verify phone OTP, verify phone .jsx, and I'll copy and paste. Instead of verify OTP, I'll create the phone OTP. Okay, email OTP, phone OTP. I think both are same, so instead of phone OTP I'll change the name, component name, verify let me import this. I'll close this all now, and I'll create the I'll register one route inside this routes. Inside this phone OTP, verify OTP, verify phone OTP, right? And instead of verify page, I will name it as a verify phone OTP. And also instead of this, what was the name of that component? Verify email, verify OTP. Verify email OTP, is that really working or not? Let's go inside this and let me change this. Let me go inside the index. Okay, this one is I think working. And also let me get this verify phone OTP page, verify phone any phone OTP page, and this will be coming from / verify phone. And let's get this inside this app route, and let me change this one. I'll import this and verify phone OTP. The route is this. Once we verify that phone number in that user card, once we get the OTP, then user should navigate, right? Let's use that. Navigate const navigate, and then the navigate, navigate, and then slash the verify phone number, right? So let's try it again. Before trying that, let me check route is working properly or not. Verify route, there is a issue. What was the issue? Use navigate is not defined inside that. Let's go inside the phone OTP. Use navigate is not defined. Use ref is also not defined. And then Axios instance is also is not defined. Get OTP is there. And then toast is also not defined, and then the ref is there. Okay, now this one is working fine. Let me go to the profile page again, user profile, and again try it. Once we click this, we went there, but why the toaster is not working? Toaster should be not be here. Toaster should also be in the user card, because from there once we get the message and then we need to show that, right? So let's make how to get that message. Toast email verified success. In the same way, you can pass the message as OTP sent, please verify OTP. Okay, OTP sent, please verify the OTP. Now let's go back again and refresh it, and again pass that, or click here. Once you click here, I think the toaster is still not working. Toast. Let me get that, and now I can send it. Let me remove this and send it again. Yeah, and we also get the OTP. Let me check my mobile number. Yeah, we got the OTP right now. The OTP was 416089. Now once we verify, what was the API for that? Get OTP, and then from here we need to get that OTP, verify API, send OTP, and then here should be the routes and verify phone number. This one is the API, and the request is post, right? So let's go there again and then pass that API here. Now the get OTP, and then also the user ID. We need the user ID as well, right? So let me send it. Verify phone verify. But once the phone verified, then the user should land to the user page, right? User profile. User should land to the user profile. Now let's go back again and try with the same OTP. I think that will not work. 416089. Yeah, but still the key is not updating, right? So why? And here you can see, once we update that in the phone OTP, right? So email verified success, phone verified success. Once we get the success, then we will show the status that phone verified, and user will land to the profile. So before landing that, let's update in the context as well. Okay, so how you gonna update that? From the use auth, we have created one function to update that user data, right? So what was that function called? Let's go to the context, and updated user is there. We have this key, right? Key value same, and then go to the phone OTP, and then const, you will get that, and then you will pass that user. From where you will get the user? You will get the user in the const response, and inside that response we have the data, right? And then so let's update that user and then pass the user data as response data. And so once you pass in this way, let me console this response as well. Okay, what was the console we are getting from this response? Response from the response. Okay, sorry, let's console the line as well. Line is 25. Now check. We have the updated user function is there, and in that function we are passing that original passing that data. I think we have the data inside the data, might be, because here we are sending the value in the key, right? Key is data, so because of that we might get the data inside data. Now let's try it again. So how are we gonna try? Let's go to the front end. Let's click to verify number again, and you will go there, and where is my phone? See, we are getting the number OTP here as well. Okay, I think we are console the number as well. So here we are having the OTP. So the OTP we are getting, that is 7724750. Let me add this. So let's pass it, and let me see the updated data console, and we are getting the response inside the data, and inside the data there is another data, and this data we are passing, right? So that means we have updated this one as well. Let me check why it is not working. If the phone number is there, in that case only we will show this list item, or else we don't show any. We will not show this list item here. And yeah, null inside this. You can update that. This should come from the use auth. Use auth. Updated user response data, and then the response data. I think we are responding this data in the response. So let me check inside this application. User info is undefined. See, because of that. So let me add that user in data. Here verify OTP controller. This one is a backend, right? Verify mail. So let's pass in the same format, that is in the data. Now this should work. Here you can see, once we have update the phone number, and we have updated any key, but instantly we are not getting any update, right? So let's see, we have updated 07, but we are not getting updated value in the left side, that is in the card, right? Once we refresh, then only we can able to see that the data has been updated, right? So how to handle those issue? Let's go inside this, and you need to update what we are doing here. Here we are creating one function and updating that value, user value, whatever the current value is there, right? So before doing that, can we do one thing, like instantly, if you need to have the value, that if you need to get required that value instantly, then just copy this one, and once we update set that value inside this local storage, then you can directly get that value. Okay, and then inside this key, inside this function, that is the set user, you can pass that value. Okay, so once we do this, we can able to do that. Okay, let me refresh it again and update the value 2289. So in the left side you can see we have updated this one, right? So in this part, if you guys can notice that we are using the same function again and again, right? So instead of doing that, let me create one function. Let's go inside this utils. Okay, we need to reuse that. So better use case could be, let's go to the storage and let's go to the utils and create one file called storage. Okay, this utils is just like a alpha function. Okay, this will be the global function. Wherever you required, you can use that. And I will name it as a storage.js, and inside this let me create these utils for the storage. Utils for the storage. Okay. What are the possibility case for the storage? Let me define that. Export storage, and in the object we have the possibility case for the get. Okay, to get the value, particular value with the key, right? And we'll get the key and the arrow function, and inside this try catch, and inside that what we can do, just return that, return json dot parse, and inside local storage dot get item, and whatever the key we are getting here, that we will pass here. Okay, key. And in the error case, let's console that error as well. Sorry, error getting key. Okay, and let's get that value as well, a dollar, and inside that is the key. What was the value? Let's print here, and this will be from local storage, and then we'll print the error here, right? Error. And let's copy and paste, and what are the possibility case? Let's make that here. I'll copy this. Since this is object, then we are adding the comma here, and also create another function in there. So that will be the set method or function, and the key will be here, key, and then also we require the value for the set, right? Value. And here in the try, let's return this, and the local storage, let me copy and paste that. To set the value, let me copy and paste this inside the storage. Okay, let me open in the right side. Right side, and set the key. I'll replace this one, and then the value will be here, and then the key, whatever the key we are getting from in the argument, that will print here. Okay, we'll replace with that key, and the error that is storing from the error, the error will be the same, and also we need to remove that, right? So here, if you can notice that in the context, you can see we are using the remove as a local storage the remove item, right? So let me copy this, and this one is for remove key, and this, since this is a function, let's pass the arrow function and replace with the key simply. Okay, now you can see here the local storage we have created, the set method and the remove method, get method. Okay, so the motive the advantage to create this is cleaner and then the dry. Okay, if you know the concept of the dry, that is, don't repeat yourself. Okay, the code you must not repeat the same code again and again. That could be the great approach. And also this could be the very helpful for debugging. Okay, easier to debug, centralized logging, and easier to extend, like for example fallback support, expiration mechanism, session storage support. Those are very helpful, okay, for you. And make sure to practice in same way. That those all things we have already mentioned, right? So let me remove those. Storage, we have the key, we have storage function in the utils. Okay, storage dot get. Okay, now I think we don't require this one. We don't require this one as well. And this one is access token. These are user access. And here also let's remove that. This function, set function not required. Where we have used set, I think we have used in the 3 cases, right? So let me remove this. And storage dot set, and let me check what are the things we are getting from there. Key and then the value we need to pass, right? So this one is the key and this one is the value. So value also we are directly parsing here. So that means JSON.stringify is also not required. So let me remove those where we have used remove. And these 2 things also not required here. Sorry, 1 field, 1 bracket. So where we have missed here. And here also we need to change that, right? Copy this and paste it where we have to paste. Here we need to paste and replace with this function, and these 3 things not required. Now storage, we will get the ID, we will get the value, and then store in that, update in this set user, right? That is in the user. Now, and also for the remove we have created. So for that simply you need to pass the key. What was the key? Those are the keys. So let me remove those. And storage dot remove. And I think everything we have successfully changed. Now let's check whether it is working as expected or not. Now change 98087762297. Let's change and submit. Nice. Now this is also done, right? Now let's close this all. Okay, and then what are the things remaining? The things are user card for the super admin, for the admin. Let's go. I have already logged in for the admin. Okay, this one is the admin table, and the dashboard is this, and profile. And here let's do we don't require this verify inside the admin, so we'll remove those. Okay, let's add one condition inside this card. So if the user role is admin, then in that case we don't need to pass. User dot role is equals to user, then only we need to show that. Okay, and same case for another phone number as well. What was the role for this? Let me see. Admin. Okay, we don't need to add here. Add this condition outside. Okay, so if the user dot role is equals to user, then we need to show this, or we don't need to show anything, or that is null. Same for another as well. Nice. Okay, let me see the verify is not there. Okay, that means, and also here let's show the role, what was the role, and then the username. Okay, let's update this inside the card. inside the card, let's update that. So here let's add the user dot role, and here user dot, if there is a username then only will show. Okay, so add the what condition there. Profile, so we'll get the username and then the admin. Okay, this one, the image you can add those. Okay, because I'm not adding this. Let's go inside the dashboard and quickly add the user list. Okay, because the super admin can get access to the user list. So let's go inside the user list. Custom table is there for the user. Why the table is not looking good? T head, tr, yeah, there is a two tr, right? Two table rows. So because of that, those content are aligning in the left side. So let me remove that t row. Okay, I'll remove this, and let's check. Yeah, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the user, and from here let's get the user. And to get the users, let me fetch the API. Const fetch user is effect, and here fetch user, we'll call this function. And so the rest of the functions will be here, and we have the function that is the Axios instance. And as you know, this is the async await. Okay, async await dot, the get method will be there, and the route is users. Const response, and let's create state. So from where we store that variable, we store that response, that result. Users, set users, use state, and let's make it null at first, or you can create this array because we are directly getting the results. And set the users, response dot data. Okay, so inside, and let me check the users, console log users from the users now. And once we get the users, and we'll pass that user to this table. Okay, let me check what we are getting. We are getting the user as null. Why? Let me see the users, refresh it again. Users, user is there, user, and then the user. Okay, but why we are getting the null? Check the response inside the data. Okay, from the users. Okay, we are getting this from the users. That means we need to again pass this inside the data. So data dot data. Okay, this will give us the data. That means the results array. Now refresh it again. See, we are getting the two results. Now also we will add the loading here. Loading, set loading, use state. Loading will be the false at first, or loading will be the true at false. And once we get that, then only the loading will be false. Let's wrap inside the try catch. and then finally that will be false. Let's copy and paste outside. And if there is a error, then console log error from user listing, or you can hold that error as well. Okay, and we'll simply pass it to users and the loading users will be the users. So let's get what we are getting in the users. Okay, see the columns. Better we'll make the table dynamic, and then also we'll dynamically set the key as well. Okay, that is the table headers. So how are we gonna get that? So let's see what are the keys we are getting. Inside this users loading and then the users. Okay, users, and inside the, if there is a loading, you can directly set that. If you have the skeleton, then you can pass the skeleton, or you can directly show like if loading is true, then in that case return loading. Okay, or if not, then what we're gonna do, let's grab the key. Okay, for the headers, let's get the key for headers, and then how you gonna get that? Get headers and create a function, arrow function. And now if the user is not there, or we have the array, that means we can check the length, users dot length is equals to 0. If is this, then we gotta simply return this empty array. If not, then what we gonna do? Return object dot keys, and we'll plug one row from the users, that is index 0, and this will give us the single row, and from there we're gonna get the keys. Okay, and we are simply returning that. Const headers, let's add that in the headers, get headers, and we'll console that as well, console log headers. That we are getting from the headers, we are getting those things. Okay, so why we require those? Phone number, verify, ID. So either you can remove this from the backend as well, or you can also remove from here. Okay, so here how we gonna remove that? We can directly do headers, we are getting the results, right? Okay, let's do inside here, let's add this const row const all keys. Okay, you will get all those keys, and after getting all those keys, let's add, what are the things we don't require? Let me see, we don't require the password field, we don't require, and -v also we don't require, those two things, and also OTP we don't require, refresh token also we don't require. Okay, so how we gonna exclude those? Password we don't require, and -v also we don't require, and OTP also we don't require, right? And also refresh token we don't require, refresh token. Let's try to remove those. Okay, how are we gonna remove this? Let's store this in one variable, in the users. Let's do here, we don't require those. we need to remove, right? So for that, all keys here we are getting in the array, right? So if we are doing if we are getting the results in the array, in the string, array string, then all keys, can we do like filters, like filter, and we will get the key, particular key, and those are the fields. Let's add here and add null, not dot includes the key. Okay, that means this key, not includes in this key. And let's store this in one variable, const, or directly return you. Okay, you call directly return and get the headers. Let me see whether we have removed successfully or not. Let me see. Yeah, we can able to remove that successfully. Now also we don't require this id as well, I think, right? No, I think we require the id to do the CRUD operation. And for this you can do, let's add this in one variable. Okay. That will looks clean. Excluded keys, those are the excluded keys, and let's add this inside here. Okay, so once you do this, what is the benefit of this? This will be the meaningful. Okay, from here we can know what are the things we need to remove. Recording much है sir. Recording by that sir. Sorry guys, he's my teacher. Okay, he's my colleagues, so please don't mind. We are having this nolo. So I don't apply to that, bro. You need to manage those.
How did you manage?
So that is in this room, second room. Yeah, you can go there and you can find it. Okay, if you don't find it, then let me know. And now here we can simply add those. Okay, here headers dot map. I know you know the map, right? If you don't know, then please comment me. Let's return this. If you add this curly braces, then you must return. Okay, otherwise that will not show your result. I'll copy this and paste it inside here, and then the key will be the index. Okay, let's add the index idx for now. Key, let's add the key will be the index plus 1, sorry, idx plus 1, sorry, idx plus 1, and then what will be the product name? The product name will be the key, sorry, item. Okay, item will be the product name. And what was the issue we are getting here? This, okay, I think there is no issue here. What the issue? Okay, we forgot to wrap this. Now let me see what are the key we have get there. Say ID, username, email, phone verified email will verified required, but don't show here. So let me remove those as well. Let me remove the phone verified. What was the key for the phone verified? Let me console that. Sorry, let me get from the console phone verified, and sorry, phone verified. Copy this one and paste here. Where you wanna paste? You gonna paste here. Phone verified not required here. And email verified is also you gonna paste here. Email verified. Now we have excluded a lot of things in the ID. We need to show the ID. So in the ID we'll show the index. Okay, here in the first row I'll copy this, sorry, first row, this one, here id x plus 1. Let's pass the username, email, username, email, username, email, phone verified not required, email verified not required. Let me remove those. Phone verified not required, email verified is also not required, and then the role and then the phone we required, right? Role and then the phone, those are we required. Okay, 1 2 role, and let me refresh it again. So we are getting those value: phone number, user, email, username. Okay, so let's go to the dashboard. I think this is fine, and then the dashboard, you can log out, and let's go for the refresh token. And once we complete the refresh token, then we'll optimize the code. Okay, we need to have the refresh token, we need to utilize that refresh token, right? So for the refresh token, once the user once the token got expired, that the access token, because we are utilizing that access token, right? So once that got expired, then we need to utilize, we need to again get that by using that refresh token that we have stored in the database. We utilize that refresh token, and then user can able to get the refresh token from that from access token from that refresh token. Okay, so in order to do that, let's create one function so that you can create inside the utils as well, but utils is for the global function. So instead of creating that inside the utils, this utils means the global, wherever you want that, there you can implement, but this is only for the auth, right? So instead of doing in the utils, let's create another function for the auth. Okay, so inside that folder we do the all the stops that required, all the we will define all the functions that required in the particular modules. Okay, that means the auth, that means the users or auths. And if you have the product section, then also you can utilize that folder. So for so I'll create one folder that will be the service folder, and there will be the core logics, and from there we can get the utilize that to get the access token. Okay, so let's create this folder called services, or we have already created? No, we haven't created. So let's create that, and inside the service, this is particularly for the service only, auth service dot js. Okay, auth service.js, and inside this let's define the refresh token. Storage dot get method is there, right? So we need to pass the key called refresh token, and another is access token, and that we were getting from the access token. Let's export this. This is the service part, and where you want to use, then you can use this token, access token, export const get refresh token. Let me copy and paste this. Export const set token. Now we're gonna utilize this part, okay, for the auth, and whatever the functions we required, we export from here and return that new token that we are getting from the params, right? So let's create one function, export const generate tokens from access token. Let's wrap with the try catch block, and inside this Axios dot post, and what was the URL for that? Let me copy and paste here, and then the token refresh token will be the, and refresh token we don't need to pass in this way. Okay, in the ES6, if the key and the value are same, set that token response dot data dot access token. We are getting that access token with this key, and Now we need to set that inside the local storage as well. So in order to store that local storage, we have the function called storage set, and what will be the key? Access token, and then the value will be response dot data dot access token. This is the new generated access token. Okay, and then return response dot data dot access token. We're gonna return that, and if there is a error, throw that error, and also we'll console log that error. Okay, token. Simply you can do this, and once you create this, we have exported this one as well, and go to the access token, and here this one is for the request. Okay, Axios instance inceptors.request.use. So this one is for the request. So let's create for the response as well. If we got the response error, in that case we can utilize that. Okay, dot inceptors, you can pass both. Okay, request for the request also, and then for the response as well. Response dot use. Inside that, let's create a callback. We get the response, and return the response, what response we are getting. If there is any other issues, then we don't need to do anything. Okay, except 401, that is only the unauthorized, right? Response, what we got the response, that will return here, and another callback async. The callback will catch in the params we are getting the error. Okay, here let's get the error config, that is original request to error dot config. If error dot response dot status 401, refresh token, get that refresh token. We have exported from where? Get refresh token, what we have exported right now. Get that refresh token here. We'll bring this. Okay, here we'll copy and paste here. If the refresh token is available, in that case what we're gonna do, original request dot, we're gonna add one key. Let's add the key called retry is true, and then let's add the try catch block, because we need to add the another request. We need to handling the another request, so because of that we are adding the try catch. We have the function that we have created here, so that we need to utilize here. Copy this one and paste it here. Oh wait, okay, and then let's store this as well, and because we need to get that new token, we are returning the token from here. This will be the new token. Okay, new token, and then let's add that inside the header. Let me expand this. Add that header. How are we gonna add? Axios default dot headers dot common. Inside that, what we require the authorization, and is equals to bearers, and then the space and the new token that we are getting here. Okay, also will return, and then the original request, and here, so once this is true, okay, and the because why we are adding this key, if that is true, then we'll try only one single time, and if it is true, then we'll block from here. We don't try next time. Okay, because that might be the other issues as well, not only the access token. So if not, the original request retry, sorry, dot, what was the key? Retry. Okay, retry. So in that case, if this is a true, then that will be the false case. Okay, now let's throw the promise. Okay, throw promise that reject error. Also we got the error, return the promise outside this as well. If not, then we directly show this promise. If this condition match, like if we have already hit the request for the with the refresh token, and still that is still we are getting the 401, then in that case we directly get return that promise reject. Okay, error. I think we have imported everything correctly, and let's go inside the auth service. Auth service, we are getting this token and we are setting that token. If we are setting that token, then we will get here inside this context. Okay, now it should work. Let me go here and let's expire that token from the backend. Okay, we'll give only 60 second, or 60 second is 1 minute and 60 second 1 hour. Okay, so let's make it only at the 2 here, and that will be for the 2 minutes. Now let's log in again, log out and log in, and wait for 2 minutes. Let me go to the dashboard. It's working fine, right? We are not getting anything, getting the 401, right? But why we are not getting in? Let me console in both the case. The error, let me check again. Okay, console, actually from the error, yeah, we are getting this error. The error is bad request. Okay, any, we haven't imported this one. Okay, now let's try it again. Axios is not defined, my bad. Inside this Axios we have implemented but haven't imported, right? So now again check, again clear this, and also console, clear the console and go to the network and refresh it again. Right, we are getting the refresh token. That means from there we are getting the access token, right? But why that is not working? Access token in the auth service, access token undefined, generated token. Let's add, oh wait, we forgot to use the await, right? So let's add the await and let's try it again. Now we got the access token as well, but we are not getting token, still got expired, because this always give the priority to the first one, and then only the if not fulfilled, then only we'll get the second condition. Let's try with the first condition. Might be the issue from the cookie. Let's try it here. Let's try and refresh it again. Yeah, this one is working, but this is the actual issue from the cookie, right? So we are also getting the users. Access refresh token is working fine, but the issue is we can't able to update that cookie. So what was the issue? Let me check. Headers is there, so let me revert that code, because our main priority is to handle with the cookie only, and if the cookie is not there, in that case only we will deal with the various authorization token. Let's go inside this login controller, because from there we can able to set the cookies for the access token, right? Here inside the session, let's get that. So we need to add the max age. Okay, let's add the max age. That means if we add the max age, that is the expire date, okay, for when the cookie will get replaced. And then the max width will be 60 into 2. Okay, in our case 60 into 2, because we want to test this whether it is working as expected or not. I'll replace this in the below as well. Also you can put here. Okay, I'm only using this minimum length, duration length, because we need to test this part. And in the refresh token, where is that? Yeah, refresh token controller, and here let's add this length here as well. Okay, inside this cookie. So every time we logged in, and once it expired, then it will automatically get the access token, and we can able to access, we can update that cookies, okay, in the backend, and with that updated cookies we can able to get the we can access those data, okay, if the token get expired. Let's try it again. See, the token is this here. You can see the token got expired, right? So once the token got expired, then once the token got expired, we again we pass the refresh token in the payload, refresh token, and from there what we get the access token, and we set that access token, and from there, from that new access token, we can able to get that users data. Okay, I think you got my point. Now this is working as expected. Also we can able to logged out. Okay, now what else we need to do? We need to update this one, and also the phone OTP is there, we need to remove that. Okay, we need to remove that inside from the front end. And the thing is, let's add the edit as well. From the admin, they can able to edit the user. Okay, they should have the permission to edit the users, so to create the user also, but from here we don't handle for the create users. Okay, we just handle to edit the users. So for that, let me create quickly for that API. This one is let me create the, we need to update that user by ID. This one is actually updating the users from updating the user from the we are find user by email or username. Okay, that means we can utilize this one, right? Because from the request we are not dealing with this. Actually this should okay, this we can use in both, because we are not directly getting that email from the token. Okay, so let's utilize the same function. Okay, or let's not update in this way. Okay, you can update in the differently, because we need to get that once the user get logged in from their token, we need to get that email id, and then with that email id we can find the users, and user, from that user we can able to edit that user. Okay, so that we need to do here. Or so in this way you can able to get that user id or the user email. Okay, here let's get that. Okay, from the request you will able to get that user email, user id or the email. Okay, from that user id you can get that. What was the key we need to pass? We need to pass the id. Okay, let me pass that key here. id, sorry, id as the user id, id as the user id. Okay, from there we can able to find that, and you can update that user. And let's create another function that is only for the super admin. Okay, so I'll copy and paste this here, one step above, and this function is for update profile, update user profile by id, user profile by id. But here what you can do, we will get the id, this user id is for the super admin. Okay, instead of user id, here we will check the role at first. Okay, or yeah, we are dealing that role from the outside, from the middleware, so we don't need to check here. Okay, so in that case what we will doing, what we are getting, we are getting the email id from there. Okay, and the super admin also cannot able to change the email id. Okay, or let's get the id from the body. Okay, and user id also will get, sorry, what are the things we'll get from the body? We'll get the username. User can able to change the username, phone, but the email user can't able to change, right? Super admin also can't able to change. So also we will get from the, we'll also get the id. Okay, because the id is the from From this ID we can able to get that user, and then you can pass it. Let's paste this inside the routes. Okay, update user, where is that user? Update user, here is the updated profile. Let's create another routes for that. Authenticated routes, and authorize, this one is for admin, right? Let's import this. Okay, once we import this, then this should work. And once we click this, let's open the drag. Okay, drag over, that is the drawer. Let's create this drawer. I'll copy and paste this, and I'll copy this to the drawer. Okay, I'll copy and create one component for that. Inside this component, custom drawer dot jsx, and inside you can paste that. Okay, and then the header also we required, and then the items, the form, we will get that form from the user form is there, we will get that inside this one, user form. Okay, so from the user form, we is this an independent component or dependent component? Let me see. Yeah, this one is an independent component, so we need to manage that separately. Okay, the logic. And for now we don't have the enter close function, right? So let's create two state in here. So this state should be coming from somewhere else, is open. Okay, then the enter close also should be coming from somewhere else. Okay, and so from where we need to open that, we need to fire this one drawer, because we need to fire this from the custom table. And here this one is the table, and we are dealing separately for this. So because of that, we are calling this custom table from the pages and then the dashboard, right? So from here we are dealing with those custom drawer. Inside this we need to have the on close function. In this case we need to have the two params, const is open, set is open, and then the use state, this should be the null at first. Okay, this should be the null, and let's pass these two props, and also is open null, that means the false, and we can able to get that here. And instead of this, let's add the boolean. So the boolean will return either true or false, right? So if the result is null, that means it will show the true false case, then this will not open. Let me see whether it is working or not. What went wrong? Boundaries handle, sorry, there is an icon as well. Where was that icon? So let me get this inside this file here, and let's try it again. What was the another issue? Drawer items not defined. Why? That should be the drawer. Okay, this one is not defined. Now once we click this, that should open, right? But not opening. Why? Because this handle should be, we need to pass this set open, is open is there, but set close, for the set close this should be the null, right? Set this one is a null, and it's set open. You can pass this one, this props here, enter close, and then the set open, we can simply pass that and add the data there, because we need the ID, right? In that case, So what could be the ID? So here once we click that, once we click this, okay, we don't require the href inside this, so this is not a good practice. So because of that I will add the button here. Okay, button, and inside that button I will add the set open as once we click that, then the set open, inside the set open we will pass item dot id, because we have the id as well, right? We will pass that, and then in the label we'll pass the edit, and this one not required. I think we have imported the button as well. Let me see. Not, we haven't imported that. Let me see what we have done. Without close is not working. Custom table, and then the on click we have passed from here. Open as the data. What was the data we are getting in the params, that will store here, and let's pass this. Set open. Let's pass this, and here also we'll pass this. Enter close. On click. Why this is automatically fire? Let's open in the right side, this one, drawer, that means position, right? Okay, and also let's keep width 1/3. Okay, so here we are getting the value of the particular user, so we don't need that. So let's pass the data separately here. Okay, so let's go inside this, and user means that user. Now we want the user by id, but instead of that we are already having the list of that row, right? So let's handle from the front end. We have the drawer, right? So from here we can plug that user, and then we will send that row. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do in this part is we need the data, right? Previous data. So the previous data, the particular data, I will get that data from the row that were listed in this custom table, that is the user table, right? So instead of passing this only the id, I will pass all the item. That means all the available user row that I will pass here, and from there what I will do, I will get that users, and that users will do the necessary updates, and from there user can submit. Okay, so let's do that approach. So this item will give me the row of the of that selected user. Okay, so I don't pass the id only here. So instead of this I will pass the item, that means the user. Okay, instead of item let's add the user, that will give you the meaningful sense. User, this will give the particular user. And let's go inside the where we are receiving this one. We are receiving this one inside this handle open, that is from here, and then the inside the handle open we are doing the inside this is open state, we will get that object. Let me see we are getting that or not. Once we click this user, then you can see here we are getting that user, right? So instead of fetching the next API, we will directly pass this value through the props, and we will receive that in the particular component, that is the user form component, and from there we will do the necessary changes. Here we will set up, like you can see here, we will update those values, like in the username, and that we will update that username, because currently we are getting the username from the local storage, right? So that local storage, because in this case local storage will not work, because we need to update that profile for the particular user. So let's go here. We can simply pass the title here, because this title is for update user username, email, and then the phone is there, right? We don't require the contact us as well. Instead of this, we need to have change profile or update profile, and inside the drawer you will get that title, and you can pass this title here. What that means, if there is a title, then we'll see this title, we'll show this title, or else we'll show the contact us. That means the edit user or something else. Edit user. And then once we get that value, is the value is in open, is inside this open props, right? So let's pass this with the props called user data, okay, and then is open. And let's go inside and let's get destructure that value. The value is user data, and once we get that value, then here, so what we need to check, we need to check that either this is, let's add the source from where this one is coming from. Source is from admin, right? Or admin, or you can simply add from this drawer, or the source is from admin, okay. From the admin we are doing those user changes, and here you can simply add the source, and if there is a source, what we're gonna do, if there is a source, then also when if there is a source, then we need to get the value, initial value from the source, right? Sorry, from the user data. So how we gonna add those? Let's add this. If there is a source, okay, is equals to admin. In this case, what we're gonna do, let's copy and paste in the or condition, okay. So here, if the source is from admin, in that case, we need to set, instead of user, we need to get that value from, we need to get that value from the user ID, right? Sorry, user data, and we will pass that value from the user data. And also in the post request, we have the another request, that is, we have the API, different API. What was that API? Let me check. User profile. User profile is not the API. Let's change the API routes. That is update user by ID. Update user ID. Update update user. Okay, you just copy this one and paste it inside this route. So this one is the endpoint, right? So again, get this source. If the source is this, then what we're gonna put, if the source is admin, then in that case we're gonna add, if the source is admin, then in that case we're gonna add the updated user, or else slash updated user. The values will be the same, okay. There won't be any changes, because once we set in the initial value, other will be the same. Now let's check what we are getting. See, now let's refresh it. What we got, username is not defined, username is undefined, right? So why is that? Okay, because the previously we need to check this value here as well, and also from where you are passing here. Okay, so what you're gonna do, if the is open is there is true, that means okay, if the is open is there, in that case only we're gonna show this. Now it should not show any issue. Let me clear this out and click this. See, we are getting the username and also the email and then the phone number, right? We can capture that. Now let me update this, the password, sorry, the username, and once we update this, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna refresh this again because we need to get the updated value, right? So what we're gonna do here, inside this form, once this is done, this we got this one. Okay, I think this is not the good approach because only we need to store that update that value when there is a okay, this will impact, this will get effect in this code as well. So let's handle differently. Okay, so this one is the case, right? So here, if the source is this, source is equals to the admin, that means if it is coming from admin, then here what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the simply paste this value, and we're gonna return this. Response. Okay, or else if it is not from the admin, then we're gonna update this one. Now also what we need to do, once this is done, and then here in the dashboard, let's add this one as well. We will fetch this user again. Inside the drawer you can pass this fetch user, you can pass this, and also inside this one, inside this source, and then the fetch user, but if this is a admin. Okay, so you can place before this response return, because we're gonna return from here. Now let's see whether it is working as expected or not. Once we click edit, and then instead of username, sorry, instead of phone number, let's change it to 77 and submit. See, user updated successfully, and I think the phone number is also getting updated, but this model should also get closed, right? So how we gonna do that? Let's pass that model handle close from function from here as well. So you can once you pass that, and you can get from here model handle close, model should get closed, right? Let's again change this. Let's change this phone number, submit, this closed, and we have updated this now. Also user can able to, super admin can change the role, right? So how are we gonna handle those? Inside the super admin there will be the role as well, role, and user data dot phone, sorry, role, if not then this will be the user. Okay, And what we're gonna do here, let's add another field that is for the role. Okay, but I think we don't have the select field in there, right? So let's get the select field from the here. Let's get this and just paste here. Select from the React select role, and let's add the name as the role. Option will be admin and then the user. We have the two roles, right, for now. And then the value for those is value will be the admin for the admin and user for the user. Okay, value will be the user for the user. And once we select, and let's add those things here, the type and then the label. I think the label also we need to add this inside this block. Select role and then the select, but we need to make sure that the source is from admin. Okay, if the source is admin, then we're gonna show this field, else we don't show anything, that means null. Okay, let's add the handle change for all. Pass the handle change. You will have the value for the role. And what are the things we required? I think we don't require anything now, so let me go there. Once we select this, we need to get that particular role, that is a user. Change this role, but in the super admin we need to change that in the admin. Let's go in the admin, and then with this one is for the updated, right? So let's go here and also get that role. Your role will be the role. Now edit this and then the admin and submit. See, we change the role as well. Also you can change admin to user. Submit, updated this value successfully. But here where we get the phone OTP, we need to remove that as well. I'll copy this and paste it inside here, and now check. See, the phone OTP is not there, right? Now everything is working fine, and I think one thing is remaining. Change password is not required here. Okay, change password, the user can change the password. Okay, but I think we haven't implement the change password there. Let's update for the change password as well. So for that, let's go to the user form, and I'll close this all. If the change password is false, then in that case this case will be valid. If not, confirm password, that will be also empty. Inside this, error values both required here. Confirm password, on change. Okay, that password strength should be there. Password strength. I think on change, handle change. And what was the value? Password, sorry, username is there. Password, let me change this. Confirm password. Okay, value formik.values.password. So now this should also work, but let me see in the backend what we are doing. Create that, save that password, and this should be, let's submit it. Okay, validation is not satisfied. Because this should be the username, but we don't have username here. So in this case also we need to change the validation schema. The password is not this. Copy, then this will work. Okay, or there is a register, and let's copy this one. Where are we gonna paste this? We're gonna paste this inside the form, and you're gonna paste this here. Okay, the password, and then the should be matched. Admin 1 2 3 4 5. Now submit it. Okay, let me check in the backend. Okay, where is that password? I think we are okay. We are not getting the password from the body. So let me add this again. Clear this and submit it. Path username is required. Let me add one key here. Okay, and this will be the default value for the password. Is password true? Because we are dealing with the same controller, so because of that we need to handle in this way. If this key is available, okay, in the request we're gonna ask this, or else we're gonna add this. Can we do this? Now update it. Unauthorize when we are getting access token. That is the another case. Yeah, create it. And now, but why it's not showing the alert? The condition is 201, right? Create it. And the toast.success, but why we are not getting the raw success response? Let me check here again. Okay, we need to return that response as well inside this, and then only we're gonna show that pop-up. Again update this. See, updated successfully, right? But every time we are calling this refresh token, why? This could be the because of the same status code. Okay, we are dealing with the 401, so instead of 401 for this, right, so for the token expired, let's add 403. Okay, in other case we will add the 401 token not found this, and if the token got expired, in that case we'll handle with the 403. Okay, so let's go in the front end, and here you can add the 403. Here we stored the password, but I think we can't able to store this because we need to store that password in the hash, right? You can see here there is a hash password, right? So let's go inside this. Okay, here we can place that password. That is the password coming from here, if it is a password, right? If the password is true, in that case we need to have the hash password, the hashed password, and then we can able to add that, update that hash password here, and then the password, the key will be the password, but the value will be the hash password. User form, inside this we need to validate this password. Key should be the confirm password. Okay, confirm password. Go to the dash profile, @admin 3 hash. Let's try it again. Okay, updated successfully. Let's log out and try it again. Code with the paste, see, we can able to log in, right? So now we can change the user as well. And now here this image, because we don't need we are not dealing with the image, so for that I will get the icon for that. Okay, let's use this. So this will be the slash. Instead of avatar, I will just replace with this. Let's import that. Text, increase the size. Now I think everything is fine, right? Now here let's have a final look. I think everything has completed and some of the things were remaining. Let me check what are the things we have to complete. I'll start from the new user. I'll copy this and sign up. Inside here I'll create one account. Let's submit it. We have created that. Okay, let's save this user as well, and I hope we have got the email as well. Yeah, we got the email, right? So once we click this email, let me click this email and click the verify, and let's pass this OTP. But we are directly land to this page, right? Because user hasn't logged in yet, so user can't able to navigate to this page, right? So let me check why it's showing that. If this one is authenticated, then we will show this. Okay, and the toast is success, other is fine. Okay, here in the OTP form, let's pass, because every in the this one is this email verification. This OTP form we have implemented in the both phone. This OTP form we have implemented in the phone OTP and then the email OTP, right? But the title, that title by default is taking this verify OTP if we go to the user in the phone as well. So how we gonna pass dynamically? Let's get the title from the parent component. Okay, from where it's calling. Here in the phone, let's keep the title as what you're gonna give. Let me copy this, and this one is from phone, right? Verify phone OTP, and this one is for email. Let's add the same case here as well, and you can implement the title here. If not, then what we're gonna do, so simply this, let's pass inside this string, paste, and verify OTP, and we land to this login page, right? And what was our login? Final test. Once we click this, and before doing that, let's go to the forget password as well. Let's add the email, forget password email. The email was this one. I'll copy this and paste it here and submit. Once we do the submit, and we need to add the password, let's add the password and submit it. And this password, make it as a type as password. Where is this component? This component is coming from reset password. Where is that reset password? Yeah, from here this one is coming. Type will be password. Let's go to the forget password and add that email again, submit. Okay, we got that link. See, we received the reset mail, and from there, once we click this reset password, and you can able to add that password, submit it. See, we can able to submit as well, right? So update this password and try with the new password. And what was our final test? And we have updated that password already. Complete, submit. And here you can able to see the profile, right? Thank you for watching this video, and next video I'm working on a new project, that is multi-vendor e-commerce, and this will be the app, and in the backend I will use the Node.js with the microservice. In the admin panel I will use the Next.js. Okay, so there will be the Next.js and then the React Native, and in the backend technology we'll use the microservice Node.js. And this process is very simple and multi-vendor. This anyone can build this. So I try to make it the simple, and let's meet once this project get complete. I think this took 1 week for me to complete. So let's meet after one week. Thank you.